All right, on that basis, I will call our regular meeting of the Sonoma Planning Commission to order. And could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Nugent,
Here.
Commissioner O'Gorman Jenkins,
Here.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Here.
Commissioner Willers,
Here.
Commissioner WIRICK,
Here.
Vice Chair Barbose,
Here.
Chair Barnett.
Present.
Thank you.
All right. The first thing we want to do tonight is I would like to switch the agenda item order. As you know, I've recused myself from the hotel matter. I'd like to move the item up of our work plan subcommittees ahead of the second item, which is the hotel application. And then that should only take maybe 10 minutes. And then we'll go ahead and continue the meeting for the hotel after I've recused myself. Is that acceptable? Is there any objection to that on the commission? Okay, then we'll go ahead and do that. Before we do that, I do want to get a pledge of allegiance. Mr. Hooper, you're in the front row. Would you like to lead us?
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Chair, can we call a motion for the amendment to the agenda, please?
Oh, if that's necessary, sure. Can I hear a motion for the change in the order of the agenda, please?
So moved.
And is there-
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Nugent,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Gorman Jenkins,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Willers,
Yes.
Commissioner WIRICK,
Yes.
Vice Chair Barbose,
Yes.
Chair Barnett.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, before we get into any other order of business, some of you may be aware that at its recent city council meeting, the vice mayor read a statement into the record about hate and non-discrimination. And I'm going to go ahead and read this statement that he made because the principle that applies to the conduct of the city council meetings, and public comment apply equally to the planning commission hearings and to the issue of public participation. So this will only take a moment. The City of Sonoma has a non-discrimination policy and is committed to providing an inclusive and welcoming environment for all. The City of Sonoma does not tolerate hate speech. We denounce hate speech in all its forms, and we embrace and celebrate the rights of all individuals in our community to be who they are in terms of their sexuality, gender, religious orientation, and beliefs, and any and all other protected classifications under the law. We recognize that the law requires the city to provide a forum for expression, including expression we find offensive and with which we fundamentally disagree. But let me be clear, none of us are required to be silent in response to hate speech. As the City Council of Sonoma, and by inference the Planning Commission, we will always call it out for what it is and make clear that as individuals and as a city, we are 100% against it in all forms. When making a comment, please ensure your comments pertain to the item being considered. If comments do not pertain to the matter being considered, you will be given one warning and then be either asked to sit down or, if in Zoom, your ability to speak will be removed. During general public comment, all comments must be relevant to the city. Any type of hate speech is not relevant and will be immediately shut down. That's a fairly unequivocal statement, with which I completely agree. All right, now we've got, the next item would be comments for the public. This is an opportunity for the public to address the commission on items that do not appear on tonight's agenda. Okay, I'll open that. Seeing none, I will close it, and we will move on to our actual agenda items now that we have switched their sequence. we will discuss the subcommittees on our work plan. And as noted in the staff report, we basically have three.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
excuse me. I believe you need to go to Zoom for the last action for the public comment.
Okay, do we have anyone on Zoom?
There's no one on Zoom.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Willers. I'm an analog kind of a guy. I even have printed paper, you know. We have three ad hoc committees that have been identified as potential. If you want to discuss more, you've all familiar with the work plan, which has now been fully approved and vetted by the City Council. And there are some subject matters in which a ad hoc committee would be valuable in terms of reviewing the issues and bringing information and opinion back to the commission as a whole, thereby relieving staff of the entirety of doing that work and being able to move some of the work plan items up on our list from a category of if we have time to let's do it. So the three that were identified are housing, permit streamlining, and parking. So we'll deal with them one at a time. We can have up to 3 people on each of these subcommittees. We don't have to have 3, but we can have up to 3. We don't have any deadlines as to the work. Each committee can determine the pace and completion process for themselves once they get into it. So we'll deal with these just in order. The first one is housing. I did have a conversation with Donna DAMBACH, who unfortunately couldn't make it here tonight, who indicated that she would like to be on the housing ad hoc committee. And obviously housing has been a big topic. We've got the housing element complete and certified, but there's issues of the land uses coming up, and as well as zoning ideas that can be talked about. There's a lot of discussion about housing and how we can work with creating a greater diversity and meeting our RENA numbers and so forth. So, besides Donna, is there anyone else who would like to be on the housing subcommittee? Mr. Barbos, that's great. And Mr. Willers. Yeah, Mr. Willers. Right? Okay. So that's great. And you're making a note of all this, Jennifer? Okay, thank you. Okay, the next item was permit streamlining. Maybe I can ask Jennifer to just outline briefly what the permit streamlining issue is and what the work would be.
This is talking to the work plan items where it's permit streamlining, the application process, and identification of certain types of entitlements that we have right now that require planning commission or design review. And maybe there's opportunities that they could be administrative and what that administrative process could then look like and creating policies around that.
Okay, thank you very much. Who would have interest in that? I don't know why I'm drawn to this right side of the table here. Ms. Nugent, and how about you, Mr. WIRICK? Absolutely. It seems kind of in your bailiwick.
I was waiting for you.
I'm getting it. Good ESP, and I'm getting it. Anyone else?
I don't want to.
Okay, exactly. Okay, well, we may add someone as we go along because Donna may have interest in that too, and depending on my time, I might as well. So at this point, we have at least the 2 of you, which is great. And I think the process will be you'll set your own time to meet. These are not public meetings. You don't have to publish an agenda. They're not Brown Act. You can do this informally over a cup of coffee. Okay, and the third topic was parking. And this was reviewing our parking standards. I know that Mr. Willers and Mr. Wayne, I would like to join you on that.
Never mind.
Okay, so we've now filled the parking standards subcommittee, and which is, a very interesting topic because there's this linkage currently between parking and land use, and the whole area that can be explored is what's the effect of delinking the two? They've been linked together since the creation of the world, or the creation of the automobile. And so what would be the nature of the effect to delink them? And so there are issues like that that are going to be very interesting and potentially fruitful to explore. Okay, well, that covers that item. Any comments or questions about that? Anyone in the public wish to discuss the work plan subcommittees of the commission? Mr. Eicher.
Yes, David Eicher. And I believe, please correct me if I'm wrong here, on subcommittees that you can reach out to members of the public to be on the subcommittee or for advice and what they would like to see, whatever subcommittee it is that you're discussing. And I would encourage you to reach out to members of the public that are interested in the various areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eicher. All right. Seeing more, any further comment? Anyone on Zoom? No? All right, then we're now going to move on to the second item on our agenda. As you know, in the past, I have recused myself on matters pertaining to the hotel application. I'm going to continue to recuse myself. My history with this project is, in a word, complicated. And I don't want to be a distraction from or be seen as an undue influence over the process if the public perceives me, as some do, as having bias. So at this point, I'm going to recuse myself and turn the gavel over to our vice chair, who will conduct the balance of the meeting.
On the hotel project, and we'll have a staff presentation.
Thank you. Happy Thursday, everyone. As Vice Chair Barbos mentioned, the project before the Commission this evening is the Hotel Project Sonoma. Our agenda for this evening is to have an overview of the proposed project, followed by an analysis of the project with regards to the General Plan and Development Code, discussion of the California Environmental Quality Act, and summary of the final environmental impact report, which is before the Commission for consideration, followed by staff's recommendation for the proposed project. As many are aware, this project has a long history, and just to summarize very, very quickly, the original application was submitted in 2012. I believe this will be the third EIR, and we had, just to clarify, the document that is before the Planning Commission this evening is a new standalone environmental impact report, and we'll be considering comments on that draft that was circulated to the public in June. The project was revised in June, it says 2012, apologies. In June 2021, the city received a revised project for the Sonoma Hotel project that included an 8-unit residential component, and it initiated environmental review and processing of that application. In August of 2021, the city released a notice of preparation for a recirculated EIR and held a scoping meeting as well. The EIR was published in June of this year, and the public comment period extended from June 23rd to August 7th. The public meeting was on July 20th, and the final EIR was published on October 12th. The project site is 1.6 acres and consists of 3 legal lots of record and 4 assessor's parcels. The addresses are 117, 135, and 153 West Nava Street. There are 4 existing buildings, and largely the project site is a parking lot. The existing buildings are the former Chateau Sonoma building, the Lynch building, which would not be changed by the project. We have some metal office and warehouse, the Sonoma Index Tribune building, and an associated warehouse. The governing zoning district is commercial. The project site is located within the historic overlay and within the downtown district planning area. All of the surrounding land uses are commercial. Here's the aerial of the project site in relation to the Sonoma Plaza. And some photos of the existing site. As I mentioned, the associated planning area is the downtown district. There are no required front or street side setbacks, no rear setbacks, and no side setbacks as well. The proposed project includes two buildings, and we'll be referring to these as Building A and Building B. Hotel Building A includes a 62 guest room hotel, an 80-seat restaurant and bar, a spa with 6 treatment rooms, and 128 shared parking spaces on site, and these spaces would be shared with the hotel and the Lynch Building and the Sonoma Index Tribune Building. These would be broken down into 111 spaces in the proposed parking garage and 9 surface parking spaces. Building B includes 8 residential units with 8 parking spaces dedicated to each of those residential units. And along with the project would be new utilities to serve the project wastewater, water, and drainage improvements. And prior to any of that would be the demolition of the former Chateau Sonoma building, the 2-story metal office building and warehouse, and a 1-story metal warehouse building. The project plans, as you can imagine, are very large, so we tried to just include some graphics, and if there are questions, we can dig into more details. But this is the first floor site plan that with West Napa Street to the top and First Street West to the right. Overall, the project is consistent with the general plan. We have a commercial land use designation that provides, what the general plan states is the land use designation is to provide areas for retail, hotel, service, medical, and office development in association with apartments and mixed use development and necessary public improvements. The proposed project includes 8 residences in the proposed hotel and is in compliance with the land use designation. In addition to the designation, the general plan contains numerous policies and programs to implement the land use designations. The project does coordinate development on smaller contiguous lots. It includes bicycle amenities for employees and guests. It includes an internal pedestrian network. There's no proposed demolition of historic buildings. It would consist of infill development in the city center. The project would comply with applicable development standards, floor area ratios, coverage, setbacks, height. The building would blend into the surroundings and would provide new businesses in downtown Sonoma and support tourism. Moving on to the zoning code compliance. We're going to be considering multiple entitlements for the proposed project. We have a use permit that is required to allow the hotel, the restaurant, spa, and the multifamily residential, which applies for 5 units or more. The Planning Commission will also be considering a residential component, which is required under Section 1910, Zones and Allowable Uses, as well as an adjustment to the parking standards for mixed uses on site. The next permit will be a request for an exception to loading standards, followed by design review, a demolition permit, and a lot line adjustment to create individual parcels for the residential component, the existing buildings, and the hotel. This table summarizes the applicable objective development standards, the building setbacks, the project complies, the required floor area ratio is a 2.0 where the project proposes 1.58. Maximum site coverage is 100% and the project proposes 74.2%. The maximum height would be met, including the additional allowed for roof-mounted equipment, as well as the open space requirements. So overall, the all the uses are allowed with a use permit. One further discussion topic will be for the residential component. As I mentioned, the development standards, the project meets the applicable standards contained in the code. And we have multiple ways in the code to address parking and loading. The applicant requests an adjustment to the parking standard for mixed uses and an exception to the loading standard. For the affordable housing provisions in the code, there is a condition of approval that 2 of the 8 units would be deed restricted through the city's standard process. There's also a condition of approval for tree removal to ensure compliance with the tree committee's recommendations and the code, and the project would comply with the downtown district standards. The residential component of the Sonoma Municipal Code is contained in section 1910.020. It is required for new developments on properties of a ½ acre or larger that require a discretionary permit. As the Planning Commission is well aware, this has been the subject of substantial debate over the years, and the applicable language for this project states that the residential component should normally comprise at least 50% of the total proposed building area. The project proposes 86,827 square feet of building area, which includes both Building A and Building B, the hotel and the residential. 50% of that would be 43,414 square feet. The project proposes a residential component of 21,221 square feet. So the consideration is for a deficit of 22,193 square feet. The applicant has proposed in their narrative alternative measures to meet this requirement, and a condition of approval has been recommended that would require the payment of a fee to be deposited into the city's housing trust fund, and a provision that the total dollar amount may be reduced through the preparation of a residential component plan, which could include 3 measures. The first would be the conversion of 7 existing market rate buildings that are located at 135 West Napa Street and deed restrict those for affordable housing. The second option would be to purchase and protect existing expiring deed restricted affordable housing in the city of Sonoma. And the last option would be to purchase market rate housing and convert those to deed restricted affordable housing units. The next item is parking. As mentioned previously, the project proposes 128 on-site parking spaces, 111 of which are in the parking garage. 9 would be in the plaza courtyard, and 8 residential spaces that would be associated with the new residential building. The project also proposes 25 overflow off-site spaces across the street at a property that is controlled by the applicant. The total proposed number of parking spaces is 153. In addition to the on-site parking, would like to take a moment just to note that part of the project does include painting the curb on either side of the new driveway red to have new no parking spaces, and this is for fire safety as well as to improve the line of sight. The Sonoma Municipal Code includes several options for the Planning Commission to consider on a project-by-project basis to make reductions to the required number of parking. We have a 50% reduction for second uses. So this 50% has been applied in the analysis for the restaurant that is associated with the hotel and the spa that is associated with the hotel. And for members of the public who might not be familiar with this provision, the purpose is the theory that some people who are using these facilities are going to be patrons of the hotel, and they're going to park once and go to the restaurant and the spa, and they're staying at the hotel as well. So trying not to triple count someone who is using those facilities. The next item is a reduction for mixed uses, and this is up to the Planning Commission's discretion. The applicant has submitted a parking demand study to warrant approval of the reduction for the proposed project. There's also a provision for shared use facilities. And in addition to these that are listed here, the Planning Commission, it's not being requested, but another option is a traditional exception or variance. But those are not up for discussion this evening. But the Municipal Code does provide several ways to look at parking. The following table provides an outline of the number of spaces that would be required by the code and what the applicant's parking study has recommended based on the Urban Land Institute approach. So for a hotel room, what the municipal code requires is 1 space per room plus 1 space per 2 employees at the maximum shift. So for the 62 guest rooms, the municipal code would require 82. The Urban Land Institute approach would require 48. The 80-seat restaurant would require 1 space per 4 seats. When applying a 50% reduction to that, the requirement would then be 10 spaces for the restaurant. The 8 residential units would require 1.5 parking spaces per unit, plus 25% required for additional parking for guests. This is a total of 15 spaces for the residential units. The spa parking rate is 1 space per 300 square feet. When you apply the 50% reduction for the multiple uses on site, that comes up to 8. So based on the Sonoma Municipal Code, the total required parking would be 115 spaces, and this is for the proposed project portion of the site. Under the Urban Land Institute approach, it would be 69 spaces. And we have these existing buildings and uses on site as well, and the same analysis applies for those. And overall, with the Lynch Building and the Index Tribune Building, they would require an additional 65 spaces under the code for a total of 180 parking spaces. And interestingly enough, under the Urban Land Institute, they would require more spaces. They would require 70. So the difference we're looking at is 180 required per code and 139 that would be required under the Urban Land Institute. And to remind you, the applicant is proposing 128 on site and 25 overflow spaces. In order to address the applicant's request for a shared parking agreement and the parking study that was provided, staff recommends a condition of approval for a parking management plan that would be updated annually in response to concerns raised by the public. There's a shared parking allocation plan, including an agreement and easement, an employee parking plan. Spaces would be required to be made available at no additional cost to tenants and residents. We need a detailed valet parking plan and provisions for the off-site shared parking as well. The condition of approval is much more detailed than this. This is just a high-level summary. As mentioned earlier, the applicant's requesting an exception to the loading standards. What the code requires for the project is 1 loading space per 10,000 square feet of gross floor area, based on the total size of the hotel, and it's for the commercial portion. There are 6 loading spaces required. The project proposes 4, including 2 in the parking garage and 2 in the hotel courtyard. They're requesting an exception of 30% for out of the 6. And part of the rationale for this is really looking at the recent code changes that we made and acknowledging that 6 loading trucks are probably not coming all at the same time, and parking and making deliveries and some shared spaces would be appropriate. A condition of approval would require a detailed delivery plan that identifies all vendors, delivery trucks, schedules, and outlines a loading and unloading plan. There would be required and prohibited delivery hours to avoid land use conflicts and peak traffic hours, and would also require the designation of a specific employee that would be responsible for overseeing the plan and ensuring vendor compliance. So we've talked about the use permit and the parking exception, and we're moving on to discussion of the design review component. The applicable design guidelines are in the downtown district section of the code, and this is just a summary of the information in the resolution, so pretty high level, but the project does not exceed the maximum height limit of 35 feet. The proposed residences address the public street. The building is appropriate in scale compared to adjacent buildings, and we specifically were looking at the Lynch Building, which is on site, as well as some other buildings that are in direct contact with the structure, the Krug Center to the south. The project is includes balconies, canopies, a variety of measures to address massing, and would use high quality materials that meet the Sonoma vernacular as required by the code. And some examples are hand trowel plaster, natural stained wood trim, painted cement board and batten siding, standing seam metal roofing, and Napa wall stone veneer. It would include pedestrian walkways and courtyards and would be compatible with the adjacent historic plaza district. Here we have the proposed materials board for design review. And some visual simulations to show the massing compared to existing development. Some more detailed simulations. This is looking east on West Napa, the hotel in the foreground and the Lynch building further down the street. This is looking south from West Napa directly onto the hotel. Looking west down West Napa Street. And south down First Street West, just south of the Red Grape. And this is the residential building. Moving on to the demolition, there are 4 proposed buildings being demolished. At 117 West Napa Street, there's a 3,813 square foot, 1-story metal building. At 135 West Napa, 7,690 square foot, 2-story metal building, metal warehouse and office building. And at 153 West Napa Street, we have the 2,460 square foot former Chateau Sonoma building. And none of the buildings that are proposed for demolition were found to be historic. And the next component is the proposed lot line adjustment. So the overall total size of the property would not be changing, just moving property from one parcel to the other. 153 West Napa Street would go from existing 7,500 square feet to 54,813. 135 West Napa from can't even talk anymore. 441, 432 to 7,487 square feet, and that would contain the Lynch building. 117 West Napa Street would go from 20,000 square feet to about 7,000 square feet. And all of the proposed parcels would meet the minimum lot size. Here is the lot line adjustment exhibit. And that concludes my portion of this presentation for the moment. I'm going to turn it over to our city attorney for some comments.
Thank you, Christina. Staff asked me to just kind of start off the presentation with respect to CEQA. You're going to hear a lot of detailed information very shortly, but I wanted to make sure that the commission kind of got the high-level perspective first. So when we're talking about CEQA, we're talking about a requirement that public agencies consider the environmental impacts of projects before they are approved. The idea here is that we need information. You as decision makers need information about environmental impacts, and the public needs information about environmental impacts. So really in this case, the Environmental Impact Report, the EIR, is an informational document. Public agencies they are required to mitigate significant environmental impacts if such measures are feasible. But in the end, as you will see from staff's recommendations, even where there is an environmental impact that's unavoidable, that we can't mitigate, an agency can still approve a project, and at that point it becomes a question of balancing the different interests at play. So the interests, the social interest, economic interests against the potential environmental impacts that the project presents. So I just wanted to raise that. I think this slide touches on the distinction between the CEQA review and the planning function of your body, which which results in the conditions of approval, the discussion of the residential component. Those are discretionary determinations that the Planning Commission makes with respect to use permits and exceptions, etc. They're informed by the CEQA document, but the CEQA document is not really where the rubber meets the road, so to speak, when it comes to project approval. Next slide. So we will be, as I mentioned, since it's an informational document, the idea here is to look at what the environmental impacts would be of the proposed projects, which ones are significant, and obviously there's a lot of nuance to determining significance based on thresholds, the baseline that you set, whatnot. And then identifying those mitigation measures that I mentioned, the things that can reduce or avoid the significant impacts. Also, we're required to look at alternatives that would avoid impacts. But in the end, as you notice here, provide a framework for mitigation monitoring where there is something that we can do with the project that will reduce an environmental impact that's feasible. We need to do that. But if there's nothing we can do to reduce something to the point of insignificance, this body can still approve a project provided that it weighs and it balances the different interests that are at play. So with that, I'll turn it over to Matt.
Yeah, and I'll just take a moment to introduce Matt. I think everybody on the Planning Commission has met him, but for those in the audience that have not, this is Matt Gherkin with AECOM. Matt is a consultant to the City of Sonoma, not to the applicant. The EIR is the city's document. We prepared that as a third-party independent analysis of the project. And sitting in the row behind us, we have Daleen Whitlock as well from W-Trans. So if there are questions about traffic and VMT, we'll probably be bringing Daleen up. So I'll turn it over to Matt.
Thank you, Christina. Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Commission, thanks for taking time for this important matter, and thank you more broadly for your valuable public service to the City of Sonoma. It's greatly appreciated. I have a short presentation regarding the environmental review process that is exciting because the slides are in a different order than I expected, but I think it should not be a problem. So to remind you, last time we talked, we mentioned that project objectives are a very important tool for framing the EIR's analysis and for actually framing what alternatives are considered in this environmental document. So to review those objectives again, they include having a hotel at an economically viable scale, stimulating the local economy, an aesthetically pleasing project, promoting economic vitality and fiscal benefits to the city, promoting sustainability, having a residential presence in the town center, employment opportunities, encouraging quality, variety, and innovation in development, establishing Sonoma as a place where bicycling is safe and convenient, and minimizing vehicular trips. So those are the objectives that were used to frame the analysis in the EIR, and to formulate the alternatives that are summarized on this slide. So all these alternatives were derived to ensure that they achieve at least most of the basic project objectives. So the alternatives can't be anything in the whole world. They have to be keyed to the project objectives. And the other major ingredient is they must focus on reducing one or more potentially significant environmental effects of the proposed project. So that's why you have the 5 that are before you. The no project alternative is required for every project. Alternative 2 it contemplates a 50-50 split in square footage between the residential component and the non-residential component. Alternative 3 is the 75-25, as you probably remember. Alternative 4 is the hotel only without a residential component, and alternative 5 contemplates fewer hotel rooms on site and no residential component. So you see the little green text here. That means that's a part of our process as well. We have to decide which of the alternatives is environmentally superior. In this case, it's alternative 1, the no project alternative. Where that's the case, we also need to identify what's the next most environmentally superior alternative. In this particular case, that's alternative 3. An important note for these alternatives, You'll see later, and you've seen before, this project, we're disclosing 3 significant and unavoidable impacts attributable to the proposed project. The action alternatives, 2 through 5, they reduce potentially significant environmental effects associated with the project, but they don't change those significant unavoidable effects to a less than significant level. That's important to consider. So we've gone through the draft EIR, and it's been on the street, and it's been reviewed by members of the public, by responsible agencies. We've received 17 comment letters on the public review draft EIR during the public review period. Those 17 comment letters, they had a lot in common with one another. Several issues were raised more than one. And so we prepared, in order to have a more comprehensive response to comments that came up a lot, we prepared what are called master responses that give you a more comprehensive look at these 7 topics: VMT, vehicle miles traveled, greenhouse gas emissions, tourism-related impacts, off-site parking and pedestrian activity, the alternatives, parking requirements, and finally the residential component of the project. We provided written responses to every comment in those 17 comment letters, including both comments that were related to adverse physical environmental effects of the project and comments that were on other topics as well. The other component of the final EIR is called an errata, and that just shows revisions to the draft to make the final EIR. Those revisions included 2 kind of primary components that clarify the applicable version of the city's municipal code that relates to the proposed project's residential requirements, as Christina outlined previously. Another set of revisions reflects the fact that alternatives 3 and 5 would also require an underground parking component. It would just be smaller than the proposed underground parking component that's associated with the proposed project. So there are revisions reflecting that. The other revisions that are in the errata, chapter 3 of the final EIR, are spelling out abbreviations, correcting typos, non-substantive changes. None of the changes to the final EIR, or to the draft EIR that are presented in the final, affect any of the conclusions, any of the mitigation measures, any of the analysis that's important to the conclusions in the environmental document. Oh, okay. So a little more elaboration on some of the topics. Oh, another surprise slide. Sorry, thank you for bearing with me. So a little bit more elaboration, just for your information, on comments that came up, comments in response to the draft EIR. There were a lot of commenters who expressed a particular preference for a revision to the project, or a preference for maybe one of the 5 alternatives that we present in the draft EIR. Expressing a preference is totally germane. It's just not a comment directly about the veracity of the EIR for addressing physical adverse environmental effects associated with the EIR. So we've reprinted those sorts of comments in the final EIR so that you can consider those and, consider people's preferences for different versions of the project or the alternatives. One important thing to consider, though, is it's the duty of the EIR to look at the project as proposed. So some comments would say, well, the project needs to have this or that component, or it needs to have fewer, or has to have more residential units for the city to consider it. Well, that may or may not be the case. That's not really for me to decide. The EIR has to focus on the project as it is proposed, and that's what's done in both the draft and final EIR. Relative to VMT, vehicle miles traveled, some comments suggest that an even more expansive perspective ought to be taken to look at the transportation-related components of the project, widening the net beyond this region to consider VMT that's associated with somebody boarding a plane in some unknown location and that traveled to the airport. Our duty is to focus on the direct impacts of the project and the reasonably foreseeable indirects of the impacts of the project. The VMT analysis is rigorous. Instead of just using a travel demand model or a spreadsheet model or ITE, Institute for Transportation Engineers perspective or defaults in air quality modeling software, the VMT analysis actually looks at real trips associated with hotels in this area using what's called big data. So people, their trips followed around on their phone to account for travel to and from actual hotels, and then we adjusted that data to reflect VMT associated with this hotel in this project site. And then one other topic I just wanted to raise for further elaboration. There were comments about the offsite parking provision that Christina talked about, or that's proposed as part of the project, and pedestrian activity in this, the heart of town. I just wanted to note, in response related to safety and pedestrian activity, we have transportation experts in the house, but I just wanted to relay an important bit of information that's embodied in the final EIR, that there was a specific look at intersections into this location, collision rates, injury rates. So as you see on the slide, the injury rates right next to this project site are actually quite a bit lower than the statewide average for similar facilities. 9% injury rates compared to 40% for typical roadways of this type throughout the state. It's a slow traffic speed area, and the transportation experts that provided inputs to this environmental document determined that there's nothing about the surrounding environment that's materially unsafe or that would be made more unsafe by the proposed project. In addition to the final EIR, also on your big plate this evening is a document called the CEQA Findings of Fact and Statement of Overriding Consideration. There are 3 allowable findings, 3 ways that we can dispense of potentially significant environmental effects associated with the project. Either one, as mostly they're reduced through mitigation that's imposed upon the project. The second allowable finding is that, well, while the city might like to mitigate an environmental effect, it needs to be the responsibility of some other agency that the city cannot directly control. And then the third allowable finding for significant effects is that it's not technologically feasible, it's not technically feasible, it's not economically feasible to mitigate that environmental effect. The findings also have a treatment of the alternatives, all 5 alternatives, noting that alternative 1 wouldn't meet any of those project objectives that those first 2 slides talked about. Alternative 2 would not meet the scale objective, the viability, economic scale of the project, the same degree that the proposed project would, or the employment objectives. Alternative 3, the findings state that the alternative 3 would not fulfill the economically viable scale or economic vitality objectives to the same extent as the proposed project would. Alternative 4, the findings note that this alternative wouldn't fulfill the residential related objective, project objective. And then finally, alternative 5, the findings note that this alternative wouldn't fulfill the residential or the economically viable related objectives to the same extent as would the proposed project. Penultimately, the statement of overriding considerations, as you remember, adopting a statement of overriding considerations is required before the city can take action on a project that has one or more significant and unavoidable environmental effects. CEQA is not there to prohibit projects even when they have significant environmental effects. The city is just required to explain why there are overriding social, economic, or environmental considerations that would lead to the approval of the project notwithstanding significant environmental effects. Those are in 3 main areas, as you saw detailed in the staff report. The first is the economic and fiscal benefits to the city, TOT, sales, local jobs, things of that order. The second category is the project's consistent with the general plan, as Christina detailed for you previously. And then the third category relates to the housing benefits to the city of the project. And finally, The last bit related to the environmental review is this little thing called Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program. And you know, that's the only thing that exists after an EIR is all done and certified, is this MMRP that explains who's in charge of imposing mitigation, who's in charge of overseeing that mitigation, who's in charge of implementing that mitigation. It's set out to ensure effective implementation of all the mitigations that are imposed upon the project. Each mitigation measure is tied to some kind of approval that the project needs to move forward. You must do this mitigation before issuance of building permit or occupancy permit, something like that that the project needs. In this case, the mitigation measures address air quality and cultural and tribal cultural resources, paleontological resources, greenhouse gas emissions, hazards, construction noise and vibration, and operational stationary source noise, vehicular travel demand, and finally, sewer capacity. And I believe at this point, Christine is going to take back over.
Thank you, Matt. As the staff report and resolutions document, staff finds that there is substantial evidence that supports the project, including that it's consistent with the objectives and policies of the general plan, and that it would comply with the Sonoma Municipal Code with the implementation of conditions of approval. Overall, the findings can be made to support the requested entitlements that are required for the project, and the economic benefits are pretty substantial. Economic and financial benefits include transit occupancy tax, sales tax, property tax, contributions to the Housing Trust Fund, ongoing generation of transit occupancy tax, 30 full-time jobs, 30 part-time jobs, and 8 new residences. And the requested action this evening is to approve the proposed project, including all of the entitlements, the use permit, exception, design review, lot line adjustment, etc., as well as certifying the final EIR. And staff's available for questions.
I have a question about the questions, and that would be, are we taking all questions related to both CEQA and the planning process all at the same time, and the questioner will simply address the question to whoever they want the answer from, or maybe staff decides who's going to give the answer, but are you anticipating that we bifurcate the question in any way, or just have a free-for-all questioning and it gets responded by whoever seems to be the right person?
So you can, just when you call on each one of the commissioners, they can ask any of their questions, and yes, staff will respond accordingly, or our consultant, if it's CEQA related, or our attorney as well. So we're all here to answer all of your questions, but before we open the questions, we do ask for disclosures.
Right. I have my little list here. So I assume all of you got the memo, and that you know that you have to disclose all the people with whom you've had ex parte communications related to this project. So why don't we start with Mr. WIRICK? And
If you'd like, I can give a little bit of, put a little bit of meat on the bones of that.
Sure.
Because it's not a disclosure of every single person that you've ever talked to about this project. It's defined as interested persons in the policy, and so that's going to be the applicant, any of the applicant's agents. It would include people like an appellant and so forth, but we're not at that point. It would include a recognized civic organization that's advocating one way or the other with respect to the project. So maybe an environmental group or a housing group or a labor organization that's spoken with you about this project. And it would also include anyone who has a financial interest in the project as that term is understood in the Political Reform Act, so people who live within 500 feet of the project site. And as well as communications that you've had when you've done a site visit, for example. If you just did a site visit and you didn't talk to anybody, there's no communication to disclose. But if you did have a tour with the applicant, for example, that would be disclosed. And then in terms of what you disclose, it's just, I spoke with this person. This was, as a brief synopsis of sort of what the discussion was about. We talked about density issues or whatever. That would just be verbal before we get into the discussion so that everybody's on the same page with what they know about the project.
I spoke with Mr. Hooper, who is a representative of the applicant, and he gave me his rendition of the general project overview and his take on some of the issues that could arise. And he is the only person I've talked to who would fall within the description that you provided, Mr. Ruderman.
I met with Mr. Hooper off-site, and we discussed, I heard Bill's comments about pedestrian safety, the housing component, and the parking overflow plan.
Thank you. I also met with Mr. Hooper. We talked about the housing component, some of the issues arising related to parking as well, and then just a general synopsis of the timeline. We did touch a little bit on BMT as well.
Go ahead.
Busy man. I spoke to Bill Hooper. We discussed the housing element and alternatives, the loading dock issue, the use of what would happen with the 7 current residential units, and some discussion around hotel management criteria.
I didn't get the memo, but I have not discussed this current project with any of the project advocates or applicants. I did discuss this project at the very beginning of the process, probably 12 years ago, with Michael Ross, Bill Hooper, and Steve, and that was it.
About 12 years ago, I had a conversation with Darius Anderson and Michael Ross in my then functioning law office. And we talked about the very first iteration of this project and the details of which I can't really recall, other than that it was, the full set of plans was rolled out of my desk and it was pretty overwhelming. Since that time, my conversations have been restricted to my fellow commissioners and that's not within the scope of this, I assume. I have had discussions with Marty Bennett, who's a local labor organizer who's been working with the developer to reach an agreement related to wages that will be paid the hotel employees. And so Marty has checked in with me on the status of this project several times, and we have discussed that aspect of it, and he was always interested in knowing what seems to be the holdup. And that's pretty much it, other than my fellow commissioners. And maybe way back when there were some other people, and I apologize if I've forgotten you in that conversation, but that's the way it is. At this point, commissioners have an opportunity to ask questions of any of the staff, including the consultants. And I assume it's not the developer, although.
So this first part is just to ask questions of staff, and then after we're done with questions of staff, then the applicant will have their presentation, and then you'll have an opportunity to ask any additional questions of the applicant.
Okay, very well. Who wants to go first with questions for staff?
Questions for staff? Can we get air conditioning on?
Okay, well, as it turns out, I have a few questions, and several of them are procedural. If the Planning Commission certifies the EIR as presented to us, and it would seem from looking at all the documents that that is equivalent to approving the project as proposed, because the EIR, the resolution that approves the EIR says we approve the project as proposed instead of any of the alternatives. So I'm just wondering, is that something that's cast in stone, so to speak, or can we say we approve this EIR, but we don't necessarily approve the project as proposed?
So staff is recommending that you would make a recommendation or a motion for the project as a whole, whatever that may be, or during your discussion, if there are certain components that require maybe a modification to condition of approval, or if there's an actual modification to the project, we'll have to take that into consideration and may require that we have that item continued to a future meeting date to make those changes, allow time for staff to review what those changes are to make sure they can still make the findings, and maybe modify the CEQA as well. So it would just depend on what is actually being discussed and proposed by the Planning Commission.
Okay, so that follows then, if in our subsequent discussions, the commission determined that one of the alternatives is preferred, there would then need to be a revision to the EIR, and we would not be able to move forward. Is that essentially?
Potentially, again, it depends on what is specifically being discussed and suggested at that time. And we can provide you that.
Okay. Then another question, and maybe Mr. Ruderman is the person to answer this one. With respect to the Sonoma Municipal Code, Section 1910.20B, point B, which is the old ordinance related to the housing requirement in a commercial project of this size. And there's some language in there that says that circumstances under which this can be waived include but are not limited to the following. And it's the not limited to portion of that I wanted to ask you about, since if none of those those enumerated things were deemed to be applicable to the project, then would that mean that the commission would just nonetheless be able to make that determination that they wanted to do something less than the full 50% housing based on some other circumstance that is not enumerated in the statute?
Yes, that's how I read that non-inclusive language. Those are some reasons why the commission may determine that the full residential component can be reduced or waived, but it's not the only ones there.
Okay.
For example, the in lieu fee is not listed in the old ordinance, but it is, we believe it is an option, and it's what's being proposed in the conditions of approval.
Okay, there's some pretty, in the conditions of approval for the project that are proposed, there's some pretty detailed discussion about the residential component. And I don't know if you want, I have some real questions about what does it mean? How is it going to be implemented? Who makes these determinations? You want to talk about that now, or should we come back to that? I have like 3 or 4 questions about that.
We can talk about it now.
Okay. So where did the 5-year period come from in which this residential component fee over which it would be payable? Is that defined by law, or is that something that staff came up with?
It was actually what was applied to the MacArthur Place, so we're using precedent that was already set for the period of time for payment of fee.
And why is there no possibility of interest being accrued on that money while it's not being paid?
That was just a policy determination. I think the idea here that was they're paying it in 1/5 increments, right? So the question was, well, after year one, there's 4/5 of the amount that's still going to be paid. Does that accrue interest or not? And there was a policy determination made that it didn't have to accrue interest. It's right now our in lieu fee is $100 a square foot. It's going to be that way next year. It's going to be that way the year after that, unless it gets changed by the city council. So I think based on that, the staff's determination was we didn't need to include interest. That was a question that I asked. That was some clarity that I wanted to have in the conditions of approval, whether there's going to be interest or not.
Okay, and that the 5-year period starts from the approval of building occupancy. Is that any portion of it, the residences or the hotel, or does it have to be the whole project occupancy?
It would be the whole project.
Okay, and then this discusses an escrow account, which seems to be separate and apart from the City Housing Trust Fund. And I'm confused, is the money as it's paid going into the City Housing Trust Fund, or is it going to some other account?
Right now, it's proposed to put into the Housing Trust Fund and then be, as the residential component conditional of approval is outlined, could be reduced based on square footage of other projects. And so we would look at that at each year. And then at the end of those 5 years, then yes, whatever remaining funds would then go into our affordable housing fund.
So it would be held in escrow until the 5-year period is ended, so that if there's money that needs to be repaid because there was a purchase of a substantial square footage of affordable housing, that would come from the escrow money. We shouldn't be dipping into the housing trust fund to refund monies under the residential
Got it,
plan.
okay. The condition, there's A, B, and C. We're now on whatever it's. This is an excerpt from in paragraph 8 of the conditions of approval for the project. You've got A, which is conversion of the Lynch building apartments to market rate, and there's a credit of 170 square feet for that. Then there's purchase of existing deed affordable housing units, which were about to expire, and extending that. And I assume that the amount expended for that, just pick an arbitrary number, like $1 million, would be then a credit toward the $2.2 million. Am I thinking right?
It would be based on the square footage.
Not the price paid.
It'll be the square footage.
Oh, okay. So the bigger the house, the bigger the credit.
Or the number of units of 800 square feet.
Yeah, okay. And the last one, C, purchase of current market rate apartments. The more I got to thinking about that, I don't think there's an apartment house in Sonoma that you could buy for $2.2 million, so how would that work?
Again, it's square footage. So we're talking about looking at units. These are just options. So it's not one over another. It's providing options that may become available within those 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And if none of these options become available, then we still have the in lieu fee.
So the way the condition is written, it says that the $2.2 million liability shall be reduced by the number of square feet of floor area for housing converted, acquired, or purchased under one of those three, multiplied by $100. Right. So it's it's the same way that we calculate the residential component fee. We take the square footage, multiply it by $100 per square foot. So this would be the reverse. So they'd have to look at how many square feet they convert to affordable housing, multiply that square feet by 100, and that is then subtracted from the total in lieu fee that they've paid.
Okay, thank you. The last condition or question or whether I had about this relates to the condominium requirements portion of this if these, on these 8 units. As I am, that is not a standalone parcel, is it? The 8 residential condominiums, are they not on the same parcel as the hotel? Yes. Okay, so just trying to dust off my old law brain, which not working as well as it used to. How do you get a condominium map on a part of a parcel that is much bigger and includes part of a use that is totally unrelated to the condominiums? Is that a creature that the law will allow?
Yeah, they would have to apply for a map to
They would have to split that, essentially split off the land under the condominiums to create a subdivision map for the condominiums. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. It's a tentative map that they would file.
And that would create an additional parcel? Right. No. Mr. Hooper's saying no, but I think the city attorney said something else.
Not a whole new parcel. He's saying new parcel.
That doesn't necessarily have to be a new parcel, is what.
It does not?
The question, no.
You can have a condominium map on part of
It would be
a...
one of those. It would break that out from those 8 units.
So the hotel would be
Its
one
own.
of the units.
One of the parcels in the subdivision map that happens to have the hotel on it. Is that it?
Right.
Okay. Now, I'm a little bit confused by the portion of the conditions of approval related to the off-site parking. Because when we were talking, the consultant was talking about Christina was explaining to us the chart with the parking, and we were counting these 25 as if they were a done deal, and we hear irrevocable offer of dedication, which suggests to me it's a done deal. But then you get down into this condition of approval, and it talks about offer of dedication. This is of the easement for the parking across the street at the Bank of Marin lot, shall have a term of 5 years, and the city may choose to exercise it. So it's not really a done deal. It sounds more like it has the potential of being a done deal, but the developer could also be relieved of this responsibility to ongoing parking easement. Am I reading that right?
So it would be based on another parking demand study, based on the actual project itself while actually occurring. And so it would be an analysis of that project again and what its parking demand is. So right now, what you have is a number of parking spaces that are proposed on site. You have a parking demand study that looks at a mix of uses and finds that at its peak demand, it's 139 is needed. And so those additional spaces, the intent is to be utilized during peak times or peak need. Maybe there's special events or other things going on that in the city, so that when we have our 90% plus occupancy and other things going on, we may need that other location. So that's what we would continue to study. And if it's determined that we do need that parking dedicated, then that's when we would get the easement for that off-site location.
Are those spaces intended to be for employees?
Yes.
Of the hotel?
During peak time.
Which is, what is peak time?
So if there's special events or other things that we know that are occurring and we know that we're filling up the spaces, then they would activate through this parking management plan, identify what those are and when they would activate the offsite for employees. because they have the ability to control employees and where they park.
And the demand study states that the peak is summer weekends, essentially, for the
Days,
hotel.
weekdays.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sure that the operators of the hotel will hope that the occupancy rates are such that those spaces are needed all the time. But I guess you're saying we'll have to wait and see. That, no. Okay. Okay, now I have questions about the loading. And I every time I think I've gotten this clearly in mind, there's something that suggests that I don't. So there's I'm clear about the proposal of, that's a request to reduce the number of loading spaces from 6 to 4. But what I'm not clear about is loading at other locations than in those places. I mean, there was some discussion about semis turning down First Street West at earlier EIR hearing, and the problems with the semi park down there, and apparently they sometimes do now. I was unaware of that. But so is there an intent to allow that with this parking management plan if it turns out the vendor and the hotel want to have a big rig come? Is it contemplated that will not be parking in one of the 4 permitted loading zones in the courtyard, but instead will be off-site somewhere around the plaza? Is that?
I'll take a stab at that and can get corrected if need be. The reality is we don't know at this point in time exactly who the vendors are going to be. And the condition of approval would require for a later, more detailed analysis. What the code requires is pretty specific. Loading spaces shall be provided and maintained. The code does not require the loading spaces to be utilized. We are recommending the condition of approval to provide a very detailed delivery management plan that would outline how the hotel management staff intends to load and unload in an efficient manner.
Just a footnote for Mr. Ross, if you would show us your slide on the turnaround that's in the plans later when you make your presentation, that'd be appreciated. I'm not sure.
I can pull that up now. Okay. It's the wrong computer anyway. So.
Yeah. She's on a different computer, so go ahead. We'll have Michael do it.
Okay, then just when I think I'm done, I find another page in here with some writing on it, and it seems to be the last one I found. Okay, we've got the potential for pedestrian crossing improvements being required at First Street West and Napa Street. And the conditions of approval say that the applicant shall contribute a fair share of the cost of pedestrian improvements. My question is if they're determined to be necessary by Public Works and Caltrans. Who determines fair share, and who's going to make that determination? Is that the City Council or the Planning Director? Okay.
It's going to come down to the project, and it'll be the Public Works Director probably, maybe in conversation with City Council. Depends on what the project is actually going to be, if there is a project proposed.
And if I can
You
add on.
mean if there's an improvement proposed for that corner?
Mm-hmm.
And if I can clarify a little bit, so the requirement for the pedestrian crossing improvements, this is not a CEQA issue. It was determined to be a less than significant impact. The recommendation for the pedestrian crossings is coming from the city's systemic safety study from 2018 that identified potential future improvements at this intersection. There. Use your mic, please. Trying to, is that better? So it is not a CEQA issue. We have included it because there was a recommendation in the traffic study that should a future project be identified, then the the project should contribute to that. But at this point in time, we don't have a project in order to give specifics about what the project is and what the value is and what the contribution from the project would be.
My remaining questions have to do with the EIR and the project alternatives that are in it. And I learned before that the applicant didn't actually, these aren't the applicant's ideas for project alternatives. These are ideas that staff came up with, correct?
Yeah, so CEQA alternatives are driven by the potentially significant environmental impacts. We're required to evaluate a reasonable range of alternatives. And so moving from the no project alternative, various mixes of the residential component, no residential component, smaller hotel, they're all versions of a reduced project if you look at the square footage. And but none of the alternatives, what you do is you look at all the environmental impacts and try to figure out how can you reduce those impacts.
I think my underlying question is alternative 2, for example, that's the 50-50, or alternative 3, the 75-25. It was staff's conclusion as to whether there would be a hotel, I mean, a restaurant or not a restaurant, and the things that get dropped off or not dropped off, that's staff. That's not the developer saying those things. We'd have to get rid of that restaurant if we did that.
Correct, and we're looking at what part of the project is generating vehicle miles traveled and playing along with that. And Matt, I don't know if you want to add to that.
That's good.
Okay. Is that dialogue encourage anybody else to ask a question?
I'll throw out a question. Has there been any analysis around projected TOT capture and what that would mean in terms of windfall for the Housing Trust Fund? Or is that more of a question more appropriately directed to the developer?
So the proposal would be more accurate for the developer to respond to during their question time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just one clarifying question relative to the residential component deficit. So I wanted to make sure I understood what you said, Jennifer, and that is that meeting the requirements of the residential component that offsets, assuming that the 8 units are approved, the applicant would not have to meet any of those requirements until full project completion? Is that what I heard you say?
So the residential component.
Let me read.
Okay.
So we have a residential deficit, and so we'll have money presumably going into an escrow account that would ultimately go into the trust, or there are other options. So my question is, because there's been a lot of talk about housing and affordable housing, at what point in time would the applicant be required to begin meeting the deficit requirements? Would it be upon project completion?
It's upon building occupancy, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And if I can just clarify, so prior to issuance of the building permit, that the applicant would start working on the plan. So this is a very complicated project in undertaking, and so we would have the plan first, and then have kind of 5 years to tweak and figure it out based on the availability.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Christina. No, the purpose of my question is, again, I'm in thinking about a lot of the public comments, and I took those very seriously. There was a lot of concern for immediate affordable housing, so I was just curious about the timeline. I know we have a number of deed-restricted affordable housing projects or affordable housing that is expiring, so I'm just trying to make sense of the timeline and when that would be triggered. So I think you clarified my question. And then, if I'm not mistaken, in following up with the Vice Chairman's question around loading and unloading, if I understand correctly, please clarify from your presentation, the applicant would be required to produce a fairly detailed plan that would include outlines as to when, for instance, if there was a semi that had to come and unload, we would have to, or the city staff would have to approve the timing of that to ensure that we're mitigating any impacts associated with the surrounding neighborhood. Is that correct?
So I'll just change some terminology.
Okay.
So when you use the term mitigation measure, that's a CEQA word. So the
Sorry.
loading plan, loading spaces, that is a code compliance issue. And so what the code says is loading spaces shall be provided and maintained in compliance with Table 4.7. The off-street loading area shall be provided in the following manner. And there are requirements for dimensions, lighting, ramps if needed, the location, screening, and striping.
Okay.
And so from a code compliance issue, that's what we're looking at. From a use perspective, we want to make sure that the loading works with how our city functions. So we, don't want deliveries right when school's getting out. And I'm sure that the hotel doesn't want that either, but it's really going to come down to which specific vendors are being used. A lot of vendors are similar to the other restaurants. We have the Sonoma Grill right next to it. We have the Red Grape. So we don't know if these are going to be unique trips, if it's going to be joint trips, and if it's going to be the same beverage delivering companies as the other purveyors downtown or not.
Great. No, thank you. You clarified my, thank you.
Any other questions? For that portion, do people want a break at this point? 5 minutes?
Okay.
Yes? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Through the vice chair, I just heard some questions from the public about when they get to comment, so it'll be later in the evening after the presentation. And
I'll give you we're going to have a applicant presentation. That would be the developer, Michael Ross, probably some folks on the development team. And then commissioners, I know it seems like we get to do all the talking, but we then get to ask questions of the applicant. But then there's open public comment, at which point all of your comments will be welcomed, and then, if necessary, after that, and the applicant needs to respond to your comments or questions have been raised that haven't been answered, they'll get a chance to come up and do that. So let's take our 5-minute recess. I think our 5 minutes is come and gone, so we'll reconvene and proceed with the applicant's presentation.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm Bill Hooper with the project applicant Kenwood Investments, 144 West Napa Street. I promise to abbreviate my comments, and Michael Ross is losing his voice, so you can count on him abbreviating his. But I do have answers to your questions, commissioners, but I'll just wait for the question thing. So I'll just sort of do my setup for Michael, and then happy to answer those questions, because I do think I can help clarify some of your questions on that you had on deliveries, condo map, and other items. So feel free to ask. But so, you know, we won't spend too much time representing things that are already in a very good staff report, and a very good EIR, and that are already in our project narrative. But I do have a few comments up front, and then I'll turn it over to Michael Ross. But, you know, we've been at this for 12 years. And I seemed like I was a lot younger then. And Mr. Willers, I think, has been here for all 12 of those years. But we're still at it. But in those 12 years, we've done a lot of listening and made a lot of changes. I need to remind everybody how many changes we've made. When we first came in here, we had a 120,000 square foot project. It's now less, at least the hotel is now less than 60,000 square feet. We've undergrounded the parking. A lot of that was just feedback from the community, and we were being responsive to that. We've eliminated event space so that we can't have those 200-person events at our hotel. We've eliminated a restaurant and other amenities. And so it's a much scaled down project. We've also added housing to be responsive to the community's concerns about housing. So this has been a very fluid project over the 12 years and been very responsive to public input. We've funded 3 very expensive environmental impact reports and are happy to have one that is much improved and I think adequately overviews the impacts. You know, we like the fact that there's an EIR because when this project started, there was a lot of, you know, anxiety and information being thrown around about what the potential impacts of this project is. We now have an objective analysis managed by the city that gives you a look at what those impacts will be instead of just, you know, people projecting what they think they'll be. And I would ask you to not lose sight of the land use we're proposing. It's the right use in the right place. There are alternatives to what we could do with the property, including reoccupying the space. But those uses, the use of a warehouse, the use of a retail space, the use of some office space, create nowhere near the benefits that our hotel provides. I mean, this, for the city, is putting tourists that are currently passing through our city and not spending their dinner dollars here and not spending their hotel dollars here and capturing their real spend and getting them to stay the night and creating TOT taxes, a hell of an increase in property taxes, and a lot of sales taxes from our restaurant, our spa, as well as the other restaurants and merchants around the plaza. You know, we've just come out of an absolute, you know, windstorm of problems that COVID created for our merchants. Our restaurants were hurting, our hotels were hurting, and as a result, the city's budget is hurting. This hotel solves a lot of problems. And I realize that economics aren't a subject that the Planning Commission will usually consider. However, land use is. And this is a land use that gives. It doesn't take. And it gives big time to the tune of, you know, combined taxes of upwards of $1.5 million a year. That could solve a lot of problems. You're currently participating in discussions of what the general plan and the objectives of the city ought to be for the next 25 years, including housing. the ongoing, we're going to get penny wise in upfront fees and in lieu fees and all those things. Let's not take our eye off of the fact that this is probably a 6% increase in the city's income. That's not a small impact on the city and can provide a lot of benefits to its residents. So we would ask you to give it an objective consideration and to give us an up and down vote tonight. After 12 years, I think we've earned that. So I will turn it over to Michael Ross. I'll be here for questions. I can answer very specific questions that you've asked. So I'll turn it over to Michael, who will give you the overview of the project. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. This is going to be difficult because I lost my voice. But some of the images I showed tonight will be ones that Christina has already presented, and some of my comments may be similar to what Bill just said. But basically, this is a qualitative presentation about the design and my own personal opinions about the project and my wholehearted support of it. So one of the most relevant issues of Hotel Project Sonoma is its use. The Sonoma Downtown District is composed of the Sonoma Plaza and City Hall, retail shops, restaurants, bars, hotels, a shopping center, day spas, and residences. What is Hotel Project Sonoma comprised of? It is a hotel, restaurant, bar, day spa, and residences. There's a certain congruency there that means it fits. We've designed the architecture, we've curated the architecture to evoke the historic buildings in our town and in the area. And we are committed to quality design. You can see it in what my firm does. You can see it in MacArthur Place, in the Cooperage, in the room we're in now, and in many other examples of our work. And we're going to carry that forward. We're talking about design now. We're going to carry that forward for Hotel Project Sonoma. And we actually came on board in 2011 when I first met Darius and Bill. And there's a certain amount of tenacity and patience and calmness about the project that is unique. Calm, yes, it's calm because so many challenges were brought up about the project that the applicant basically said, okay, we'll address it. We'll bury that parking. We will remove a whole restaurant. We'll listen to the community. And so what I'm going to show you this evening is really a group effort, I feel. It's not just the design team or the ownership, but it's the outcome of a whole handful, 6 at least, community meetings where we received input, written and verbal. So as a longtime resident of Sonoma, I'm going to ask you to do a positive thing and approve the project tonight. So there's around 6 primary elements of the hotel. Unfortunately, the backdrop is washed out of this audience, but it's a faded out version of the plaza. And what are the 6 elements? Well, it's the restaurant building, the guest room building, the 8-unit residential building, the exterior courtyard, and the auto court, and the pool veranda deck. And so what we've tried to do is take these 62 rooms and carve into the buildings and create light wells in exterior courtyards that brings natural light into the middle of the space. Or we've slenderized the floor plates in such a way that we can get as much natural light coming in from both sides. And we've broken the program down and by program I mean hotel is a piece of program, restaurant is a piece of program. We've broken it down into pieces. Instead of having one large mega object, we've articulated it and wrapped it into the site. And we did the best we could to achieve the goals that were so ably discussed in the EIR. So the site roof plan, excuse me, the roof is unremarkable except that it's paved with PV. And so this building over time became greener and greener because of the CalGreen code updates. And the unique aspect of the project is that there was enough flexibility in the design that we could keep up with the codes as they changed. Because oftentimes a 12-year hiatus could actually be fatal to a project just because the code changes. The basement plan is really a hard-working basement. It has all of the back-of-house operations that you would need for an 80-seat restaurant. It has the laundry. It has locker rooms. It has recycling staging areas. It has trash staging areas. Has all the parking, emergency generator. It's really a lot of the things that are underground, out of sight, and the noisier things are underground and out of sight. I know a lot of people are aware of this project. You've seen these floor plates over and over again. What's interesting about the first floor plate, and I hate to bring up another project, but at the grand reopening of MacArthur Place the other night, it was notable that some of the speakers and the people in the audience were saying, you know, really this is a community place too. It's not just for guests. People love to go to that hotel because there's a coffee shop, there's a nice restaurant and things like that. I believe that this is going to be the same way. And so the first floor is really a lot of community serving services as well as guest services. And what are they? They are the restaurant, the bar, the spa, the exterior courtyard where you could go and have a drink, the lobby, and a few small meeting rooms. But I really see it as not just being guests, but it's also going to be used for we residents as well. Second floor is all guest rooms. And back to the first floor of the residence, that's the parking deck. The second floor is two one-bedroom condos and 3 two-bedroom condos. And the top floor is 1 3-bedroom and 2 two-bedroom. And the hotel is all guest rooms. And what are the ambitions for design? Our ambitions for design was to evoke some sort of authenticity that has to do with some of the buildings that are most loved in our town. And that includes the barracks, the Buena Vista, Ray Adobe, Sonoma Hotel. And it's not quoting these buildings, but it's actually picking up design aspects. And what are they? Thick walls, recessed windows, wooden arcades, layering of spaces, so it's not just a wall just facing you on the street, making it pedestrian friendly, bringing in light and air, animating the restaurant so you can see what's going on inside, and also a series of cascading roofs and other patterns that we've picked up. We're not trying to directly quote, but infer. And so our architectural design objectives, we wanted to evoke the historic character of downtown Sonoma, reflect the Sonoma vernacular, make it a pedestrian-friendly design, use durable, high-quality materials, and provide uses that draw locals and guests to the ground floor of the building, and employ building scale reduction strategies of setbacks, and we pulled the roof of the third floor down to sort of compress the building a little bit so it doesn't look like it's a three-story building. And then we're emphasizing the use of real materials: stone, stucco, tile, metal, and wood. And what we're asking for your consideration tonight is not to approve one material. For example, we've been drawing clay tile for a long time, but we would like you to consider allowing us to use a number of materials based on our discretion. And in this case, for the roofing, it would be clay tile roof, standing seam metal roof, or a heavy-duty asphalt shingle, all in the charcoal color range. Just because we have a lot of design work to do once it gets approved, and there's going to be a lot of things that have to be considered relative to structural design, seismic safety, and the fact that the building is now a Type 2 building. And similar with the exterior siding, we would like you to trust us as known architects with, I consider, good taste, that we would apply it here. So the visuals speak for themselves. These are sort of before and after. This is looking from the Bank of Marin parking lot south, before, after. What's happened here, we've brought some of the Monterey style down and really brought some of the language of the plaza down, which hasn't existed here before. A little close up. In the far back, you can see the guest entry, the reception, and you can see straight, it's very glassy, and you can see straight through into the exterior courtyard. And why is the lobby back there? We moved the lobby back there because we can then minimize cars stacking up into the highway, and so we created this long queue that's available for cars dropping off with the valets. Here's a view into the auto court and towards the lobby, back towards the hills. Here's the idea of the exterior courtyard at night. I just had the great good fortune of returning from Cusco, Peru, and there is this type of thing in virtually all their hotels, that the hotels wrap around these beautiful little courtyards. Some are small, some are quite large, and they're animated, happy places, and that's what we propose for this. Looking down the street from the plaza, before, after, 95% of this hotel is not visible from the plaza. It's broken up into pieces and hidden by other buildings. Looking up the street towards the Lynch building, after. Looking across Jeff's 76 station, it barely peeks up above it. This is the residential lot, before, after. The streetscape, I apologize for it being so small, it's just the scale of it. Squint at it. What I see when I see this is that it fits. That the building that you see the most is one that we're familiar with. It's sort of like the Swiss Hotel. It's a friendly building with overhanging verandas, porches, dormers, activity inside, and then far in the back you see the lobby. And so the scale of the building has been carefully broken down and distributed across the site. It fits. Exterior elevations, they're hard to read, but basically they indicate that the building's highly textured, warm in color, and has an internal consistency of design with use of dormers and fenestration and transparency. But you'd never see it like this, ever. because this is where we've unwrapped the town around it. And this is an insertion in an infill lot. So that concludes my rather hoarse overview of it. And I'm available to speak to any of the other aspects of design. I just want to thank you for your careful consideration, and I value your input.
Mr. Hooper, maybe I can take you up on that offer to expand a little bit on the answers. I think we were talking about the condos for the residents, the parking plan, and what how you view the overflow parking
Yeah.
easement.
So let's start with the condos. It won't be a separate parcel. It'll be sitting on the hotel parcel, but that homeowners association and those condo owners will have easement rights on the property because they have dedicated 8 parking spaces on the surface or the first floor of that building. Underneath, though, is hotel parking. So, you know, this easement will then get a parcel or map for the individual condos that is able to record ownership. And of course, there'll be a homeowners association that would take care of common area. They would also have, are you having trouble hearing me? There you go. We would also have, you know, they will be able to have shared use of the pool facilities and the spa and things like that, the workout facility. As a side note, there'll be other easements involved too. The Lynch building, the Index Tribune building will have easements onto the parking lot to provide, you know, use of that parking lot in perpetuity, the on-site parking lot. So you know, in the devil's in the details. A lot of civil engineering to be done, a lot of legal work to be done in terms of the land use side of this for the condo map, but that's the plan, is to have it be on that parcel and not have yet another parcel. So when staff reported parcel sizes before and after, that housing piece is not on a separate parcel, it's on the hotel parcel, which is the biggest parcel in that bundle. The parking study and the Urban Land Institute model, in fact, Daleen Whitlock from W-Trans is here. She's the city's traffic engineer. She's the traffic engineer used in the EIR. Did sort of the peer review on that model. And she can elaborate on it a little bit, but it has peaks. It recognizes that not all uses are happening at once. The hotel is not fully occupied 365 days a year, and it sort of blends all that together to eliminate duplication. It recognizes that the offices peak on weekdays and the hotel tends to peak on weekends. But it does have times, it's summer weekdays, where the offices are occupied and the hotel is well occupied, and there's certain times a day that you get those peaks. We'll know when they're coming, based on that study and based on the occupancy of our hotel. It really isn't anything that's driven by special events, because we really don't have special event space. We have breakout conference rooms, that's about it. But, it estimates those peaks, and we're 7 spaces short during a couple of peak windows, and they're very brief windows, but it allows us to notify employees, you're parking over there today. The reason we're saying employee parking is we're not proposing to have valets shuttling cars over there. We're not counting on customers to use crosswalks. Our parking will be available for the customers, but we can at least control through safety rules the employees using the crosswalk. And safety rules can be enforced, and people can get warnings, and they will use the crosswalks. So we won't be creating this jaywalking environment. Deliveries, I think it's important to understand, there's this knee-jerk reaction that thinks about Sonoma Market. Oh, you got all these big rigs coming and going. And believe me, they do every day. And, you know, they're in an awkward situation. They're right on the roadway. You have the lodge, which has loading and unloading near residential. We don't have that, and we're a third the size of the lodge, and we don't have event facilities or anywhere near the food and beverage facilities that the lodge has. What you have in the downtown environment, and I would encourage any of you to grab a cup of coffee, as you've probably done 100 times, and walk around the plaza at, you don't have to go in the wee hours, you can do it at 10 in the morning. Most restaurants won't accept deliveries after 10 in the morning, but what you don't want to do is create new trips. The Anheuser-Busch distributor may be dropping off for the Morphe's at Red Grape. They're likely to not move their truck to make a delivery to us into our receiving area. So, and it's the same thing with Sonoma Grill. So, you'll see deliveries. Right now, most of the plaza deliveries are happening in the center line of your roadway in the mornings when nobody's really parked on the street. So there's plenty of room for trucks to pull up on the street. We're providing off-street parking facilities as required. We're asking for an exception not to do the number of parking spaces that are required, but we think it's plenty, especially given that 90% of the deliveries to our hotel will be made in concert with other deliveries happening in the plaza area. The vendors that are servicing the restaurants in Sonoma, and 90% of our deliveries will be for the restaurant. The rooms just have little soaps and toilet paper. We're doing all of our laundry for the rooms on site, so there's no linens coming and going except for maybe the restaurant. So most of the supplies are restaurant supplies. Those supplies are going to Cafe La Haye, they're going to the Red Grape, they're going to everywhere on the plaza because they're coming from Hayward, they're coming from South City, they're coming from maybe Santa Rosa, and most of those vehicles are too high to go into our garage, but they're gonna unload from the street. And if they're delivering to Sonoma Grill, it's kind of hard to ask them to go, hey, move it, into our loading area, because the reality is they're probably gonna just do it from how they do it now. You can watch that sort of dance going on every morning. It's usually very early. A lot of the vendors have keys to the restaurant kitchen door, and they drop off and they leave their invoice, and that's how it works. And we know this from owning Ramekins. It happened every morning at Ramekins. So that's the reality of deliveries. It's much different than a standalone property that's completely separated from adjacent commercial uses that are taking the same deliveries. So we would ask you to consider that as you think about that exception to the parking. And then the crosswalk, just to clarify, our hotel doesn't create an impact that creates the need for that crosswalk change. Most of that's there now, and the city's been looking at that. So we would be, if the city decides to do a project there, it could be as simple as a restriping of the crosswalk, but it could be as elaborate as an underground overcrossing. We don't know what it's going to be. We don't control that, but it's not being triggered by our project. But as a new development, you have the opportunity to kind of make us pay our fair share. But that's what that is. So I just want to be clear that there's nothing in the AIR that says we're triggering an impact on that crosswalk. The city, with or without our project, has an eye towards improving that later. With our project, they get a little contribution. So hopefully that clarifies that just a little bit more. So I think I covered what was there, and certainly welcome to ask more questions of me.
I think you covered it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Does the commission have any more questions for the applicant?
Probably most appropriate for Mr. Hooper. Was there any consideration given to the current 7 units that are in the Lynch building as far as?
Yeah, thank you. I'll provide a little clarification of that as well. We're still asking for the waiver to the extent that we're short on square footage. However, having sat in this room many times in the discussion of our hotel, we've put forth some options. The easiest option is an in lieu payment that's consistent with your new ordinance. But we've thrown some other things in that could fix other problems more immediately. The conversion of those 7 units, when they become vacant, I believe some of our tenants may actually qualify for the housing that we would put there, depending on the category that it goes in. We don't want to displace any tenants, but the way it's written, it allows us to sort of throw that in over time as those become vacant. If they don't, and we can't provide that, we pay $100 a square foot for whatever we're short. The other option, and I heard this in sort of my rounds, is that you have things like the Masonavi cottages that are, the people could get displaced by going to market rate after whatever the 25-year or 30-year terms out. And I'm sure that that property owner wants to get market rate. It's an opportunity for us to maybe buy it and dedicate it as low income. And if that pencils, it's our hope that it pencils better than just giving the city a check for an in lieu fee. That we may actually solve a problem and have a win-win where we actually own something at the end that is of value, rather than just kicking it into the coffers. So that was the context for which we suggested those. I think the city did a great job of saying, hey, how could we implement this? Because I think in terms of us kicking into a pot versus saving a low-income units and people from being displaced now, I think is a better outcome for the community. But the fallback is if we can't produce any of those things, that we can pay into the housing fund, just like MacArthur Place did on their 7-unit expansion. So hopefully that gives you some clarity on that. But yes, we can convert those and deed restrict those as they become available.
Thank you. Another kind of random question, and I don't know, maybe more appropriate for staff, but the printing plant that will be demolished,
Yeah.
is there any factor from an environmental standpoint of a printing plant? I mean, is there a hazardous materials
Yeah.
situation with, barrels of ink over decades and decades of printing?
In the 12-year sort of history of this project, that topic came up. When it came up, we just happened to be doing a pretty major renovation of the Index Tribune building. And if for those of you who know the history of the property, there was once a gas station there. So there's been a significant amount of soil and groundwater remediation on that property. When you look at the Index Tribune building, it looks like the same building that's been there, but it was pretty significant. We basically tore down every wall except the front facade, and redug a foundation and did a pretty significant amount of excavation there. And so we did soils tests there for the specific ingredients. We know a little bit about printing because we own the Press Democrat, and until recently we were printing newspapers, to the tune of 50,000 papers a day there. So sort of familiar with the materials handling. Materials that come and go from the property are recorded, and you kind of know what has come and gone from the property over the last 30, 40 years. So we checked for those things and we came up clean in that inspection. But I think some of the condition of approval address that. We will be excavating a lot of dirt to the extent that we find something. We would have to dispose of it in a legal manner. But having had underground tanks removed before our ownership, when the Lynches owned it, there was 10 years of groundwater monitoring there, overseen by the county. And those groundwater wells were removed because we got a clean bill of health. I think they did, quarterly or semi-annual monitoring of those wells, and there was probably 12 of them around the property. So, and it wasn't just where the gas station was, it was on all the perimeters of the property. So we feel pretty comfortable that the soils there are some of the cleanest in town.
Thank you.
I think we're satisfied question-wise. Something may come up, but let's open up public comment. And before we do that, could I have a showing of hands of how many people intend to speak? So what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people. If you have a burning point that you haven't quite finished, I'm going to be happy to let you run a little bit over, but otherwise, let's keep it to 3 minutes. And try not to repeat what somebody's just said. If you can just say, I agree with what was just said by the person before me.
Okay,
thanks.
I'm first. David Eicher. And, so first of all, I think, to answer your question, I believe that you can approve the EIR and then deny the project. For example, if you don't want to approve the exception for the loading, or you don't want to approve the reducing the number, allowing for the residential component to be less than 50%, but you should verify that with the attorney if that is correct. That is my understanding. The development code says the exceptions cannot exceed 30% of the standard. The standard for loading is 6 loading spaces. They're asking to have 4 rather than 6. That's a reduction of 2. 2 divided by 6 is 33%. 33% is greater than 30%. So I believe, even though how much you would love to grant that exception, legally you cannot do that. Again, a question for the attorney. Now on to other things which I've already mentioned in my emails to you. As I've mentioned before here too, the greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle miles traveled are significant and unavoidable. The VMT of travelers to the airport and back from travelers' home to their local airport and back was not included in the VMT. So if you include that, then the VMT would be even more significant of an impact. And similar for the greenhouse gas emissions, they didn't count that segment. Someone from Minneapolis drives to the Minneapolis airport to come here and then goes back. That's not included. Also, Sonoma needs affordable and workforce housing. Last night, the waitress at the Girl in the Fig told me that most of the staff commutes, for example, from Petaluma or Santa Rosa. Using calculations from the 2017 KMA Nexus study, the proposed project would induce the requirement of 33 new housing units, of which 33 need to be affordable. The project, with only 8 units and 2 affordable, will make the housing situation in Sonoma worse, not better. Another disadvantage is that there currently is space to build residential units at the Bank of Marin property across the street, but not if you dedicate 9 parking spaces for the staff there. Given the potential for the housing on the project site and across the street, the project is actually a housing detriment, not a housing benefit. You would need to pass a resolution of overriding consideration in order to approve the project. The resolution cherry-picks goals from and policies from the general plan. I provided a countering list, mostly around housing, which shows that the project is of no benefit when it comes to housing. So maybe the 50-50 alternative with 25 units would justify allowing that to continue. Thank you.
Good evening, Steve Page. In case I get long-winded, my point is that this is a terrific project. I encourage you to approve it as proposed tonight. We need the rooms in this town. Plenty of us, our family, when we have family and friends come to town, we really struggle to find rooms to put people up, particularly in the summertime around the holidays. As was mentioned before, there are lots of people who are driving through Sonoma, going to Napa, going someplace else. that revenue, which could be coming into the city, is going somewhere else. How phenomenal for people to be able to come and park at the hotel, walk anywhere in the plaza to go shopping, to go to a restaurant, and our beautiful Sebastiani Theater. And if I go off on a quick tangent, one of the other major initiatives that this community needs to deal with is preserving and improving that theater long term. One of the things I've discussed with the folks at the foundation is that a hotel, particularly one that has no meeting space, is full of potential customers to come in and have welcome events. Once they remodel and they have meeting space, there's a tremendous amount of opportunity to create revenue from that theater, from not only this hotel, but a lot of the other hotels in town. City has running a deficit this year of over $800,000. The easiest, most important, and direct revenue source of revenue in this city is transit occupancy tax. As was mentioned, well over $1 million when this project is up and running will be generated to the city coffers. So more than wipes out current deficit. I want to commend the applicants for their patience, for their responsiveness. It's a vastly different project than the one that was originally proposed, and for their commitment to the process, and encourage you to get it done. Thanks.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. My name's Margarita Ramirez Dalton. My husband is Pather. Pather and I have been following this project since Darius developed it. We moved to Sonoma in 2002. We've been in the wedding and hospitality and travel business. We came here with the vision that we could contribute to this community, and what our business evolved to is most of our clients, they had to go to Napa because we didn't have the facilities, the hotels. They wanted to be here. They enjoyed the friendliness and the community of that, and once we brought them over for an event, in between their wedding, they thought, oh my goodness, this is this is a real town, very different from Napa County. I cannot address all the restrictions or what you're up against, but Pather and I did enjoy Darius' previous properties that he owned. Unfortunately, as we all know, we're living through many of the properties here in Sonoma that are completely vacant. They're not being developed, and this project would address employing people. I do think that also for the population that we are serving, they are much younger than most of us in this room, and they are upwardly mobile. They're looking for the type of accommodation. I also think the lodge doesn't really serve our local community, and this would be a place that many of us could say, let's meet in the courtyard of the new Sonoma Hotel and have a drink or have a coffee. So I'm a very big advocate of seeing that you do approve this project. I would like to make one comment about the crosswalk. Because we have so many people that borders from the 101 wine would be part of this project, because we have so many out-of-state people that come here with cars and they're used to just driving quickly. I cannot tell you how many times I've stepped onto that crosswalk with near accidents. One, because different seasons of the year, the sun is very blinding. So I think the city should take a long, hard look at structuring some kind of a blinking light just to make sure there's a bit more of safety for all of us that live here. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marty Bennett. I'm with Unite Here Local 2, the Hotel Workers Union. I'm also instructor emeritus of history at Santa Rosa Junior College, and I've been a 30-year resident of the city of Sonoma. Our local represents workers at 3 major hotels along the 101 corridor. In addition, 250 workers at the Fairmont Sonoma Mission Inn are now organizing to affiliate with Local 2. Another local, Unite Here, Local 49, represents gaming, food service, and hotel workers at the Grayton Casino. We are here to support the Hotel Project Sonoma and urge the Planning Commission to approve the EIR. The county and the city confront deepening inequality, spiraling housing costs, and the expansion of low-wage employment. The most recent U.S. Census data indicate between 1980 and 2020, inflation-adjusted wages marginally increased for the bottom 60% of workers in the county by just 8%. For the bottom 20% during that same period, wages dropped by nearly 3%, while wages for the top 10% soared by more than 35%. Between 2000 and 2020, gross annual rents climbed by 28%, but renter incomes grew by just 10% a year. Moreover, the California Employment Development Department estimates that over the next 10 years, more than 2/3 of the jobs created in the county will pay less than a livable wage of $31 an hour, as calculated by MIT economists. The spread of low-wage jobs, particularly in the service sector, is a major contributor to the affordable housing crisis in the valley and the county. 77% of low-income households in Sonoma County are paying more than half of their income on housing costs, and many are on the edge of displacement to more affordable housing markets outside the county. This project aligns with our vision of sustainable hotel development. The EIR underscores the new jobs that the hotel will bring to the city. Our union has an agreement with the developer that will ensure a fair process to determine union representation without employer interference. Hence, we believe there is a path in place for making the new jobs created at this hotel good union jobs that will pay a livable wage, include comprehensive health and retirement benefits, and enable workers to afford the rent, live in the community where they work, and to not commute long distances to more affordable housing markets. Please approve the project.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Brown. I live here for 25 years. I've been in the unincorporated area right on the edge of town, and I followed this since the beginning too, this project. I want to bring up a few things that really concern me, and one is on the water and the sewer. It says that in 4.14 in the report, in the CIR, it says that they must provide proof of adequate sewer capacity prior to issuance of a building permit. Well, that's kind of late. I think we need to decide that one right now. And then the plan is to have the project self-monitor and hold their discharge when the sewer plant is over capacity, reach capacity. They're going to self-monitor how much of their discharge effluent they're going to discharge. That doesn't sound like a really great plan to me. Consistent with the capacity of the collection system, in other words, the sewer plant. Well, that doesn't take into account all the manholes upstream from this that spout water and sewage out during the rainy season, and our sewer plant can't take the capacity. And this happens in our schools. So this only takes into account what the sewer plant might be able to hold. Doesn't take into account what happens to the rest of the community north of here. That seems to be a problem. And then the project would take 5.7 million gallons per year. And they figure in the EIR that this would be sufficient to meet the project needs through 2035. That's 11 years from now. That's pretty frightening to me. We need our water, and all of us are conserving. And that report was done in 2010, and that was even before our major big drought years. So we're all saving a whole lot, and our fees are going up. And then you allow a swimming pool and all these big things to be in here. It's really concerning to people who live here. I want to address the trees because I asked for an arborist to do a study of the trees on the site. There are 50 trees that will be cut down because of this site. The 2 redwoods on First Street East and the big heritage heirloom trees over behind the old Chateau Sonoma building, which would take 50 years at least, they're slow growing, to replace. And when you say one-to-one replacement and somebody puts a little sapling in somewhere, it's not the same. And I think we really need to look at the destruction that the size of this project is creating in so many ways. I have one more thing I'd really like to say.
Okay.
The Chateau Sonoma building was determined by their historical consultant, the project's consultant, that it isn't of historical value. It was the last blacksmith shop in Sonoma. It was the turn of the last century, 1900s. It was he changed from horse and buggy to the auto. And this was the time when he was a blacksmith and then changed over to something else. I think that's historically significant. It's also the last freestanding metal corrugated building in our town. That's history to me. And that building can be taken back as a restaurant. And it also has those heritage trees in the back that they plan to cut all down. The aquifer, they have to de-water the aquifer that's under this site so that the water doesn't go into the underground parking lot. So that aquifer doesn't reach anywhere else in this town to feed our trees and our water and our park and everything. And also when you de-water an aquifer, what happens? The ground settles. And you've got a 3-story building here and you want to de-water the aquifer, somebody needs to think ahead on that one. So thank you. There's so many reasons why this is way too large and needs to be scaled back. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sonia Caraval, and like Marty Bennett before me, I'm with Unite Here Local 2, the Hotel Workers Union in Sonoma County and in the Bay Area more broadly. We have about 15,000 workers around the Bay Area, and as Marty mentioned, we represent workers at some of the biggest hotels in Sonoma County, and we're organizing workers right now at the Sonoma Mission Inn. And as through all of that, we've been working to raise standards at hotels to make sure that housekeepers and cooks and dishwashers and front desk agents, can make a decent wage, that they can support their families, that they can have quality health insurance that doesn't break the bank, that their workloads can be reasonable. And we believe that this project, through our extensive conversations over the years with the developer, is in alignment with those goals. We don't say that about just any hotel. We hold hotels to a pretty high standard, and we do believe that this hotel is going to be, a step in the right direction of raising the standards in the hotel industry, in the tourism industry that is such a major part of the lifeblood of the Sonoma Valley. So we urge you to support that. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Vice Chair Barbose and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Carol Marcus, 873 First Street West. I'm addressing my comments tonight to the EIR, not to the project, because I believe that the two items should be taken up separately. I'm here tonight to ask you not to certify the EIR because doing so requires you to make a statement of overriding considerations stating that the significant, unavoidable environmental impacts acknowledged and created by the proposed project are outweighed by the economic benefit of the project to the city. The resolution certifying the EIR you're being asked to approve states that the current project is the superior project of all the alternatives outlined in the EIR and requires you to reject all other alternatives. You, as the Planning Commission, are the lead agency in determining whether this is so. The EIR before you this evening is based upon the same project that has been before you for a number of years now. Clearly, this is the project that the applicants would like you to approve. I continue to maintain that the project's environmental impacts are a direct result of the size of the project due to the proposed alteration of the lot lines of the 4 parcels, amplifying the effects of all environmental impacts, namely land use, greenhouse gas emissions, vehicle miles traveled, waste removal, traffic, and not to mention parking. Recently, the City Council and Planning Commission had a joint meeting to discuss their visions for the future of Sonoma. The desire of the council and the commission to house its citizens was central to the discussion. The 2012 Development Code required that 50% of the built area of a project in the commercial zone be dedicated to housing unless waived by the Planning Commission based on a specific set of findings. I do not believe you can make any of those findings to waive the requirement for the housing our community desperately needs. Though all of the project documents state that 24% of the proposed project area is being dedicated to housing, this number includes the parking area for the residential component. The actual percentage of the built area that's dedicated to housing in the proposed project is 17%. Residential development reduces negative environmental impacts. Another outcome of the recent joint meeting was that Sonoma's Plaza is considered the jewel of the city. This is in large part because of the small-scale development on and around it that the city of Sonoma has been successful in maintaining. I believe that the city of Healdsburg once considered its plaza the jewel of its city as well. Healdsburg is currently trying to restrict hotel development around its plaza, realizing how the large hotels that have been allowed over the years have largely impaired the historic quality of their plaza they once enjoyed. The proposed project before you this evening would comprise roughly 1/4 the area of Sonoma's Plaza. Please do not certify the EIR, which requires you to adopt a statement of overriding consideration, which in essence permits the enticement of transit occupancy taxes to outweigh the significant, unavoidable environmental impacts of the proposed project. These impacts are avoidable, as is shown in the analysis of some of the project alternatives. Please do not certify the EIR, which requires you to reject all project alternatives outlined in the EIR, some of which have far fewer environmental impacts and, importantly, comply with Sonoma's General Plan and Development Code.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Fred Allebach. I live on 8th Street East. I'd like to second what Marty and Sonia said. Strongly second that. I'm a local housing advocate and I'm for the project. The city's economic cart is hitched to the tourism horse. And the city boosts tourism and the Tourism Improvement District and funds the Sonoma Valley Visitors Bureau. And like other people have mentioned, the council was worried that they had to borrow money from reserves. So given that tourism is the horse that's pulling the local economy so far and don't really see anything else coming in, the challenge in the general plan, and the general plan has a possible optional sustainability element, which people from the Planning Commission and the City Council mentioned that they wanted the sustainability element to be triple bottom line, full cost accounting, and not just sustainability as a green environmental thing. So if there's a sustainability element in the general plan and there's a push for triple bottom line, full cost accounting, this hotel project would be a chance to tip the whole wine, tourism, hospitality combine towards the equity that's lacking in the full cost accounting of sustainability in Sonoma. You hear a lot of people talking about sustainability and the environment, the environmental impacts. Those have had so much consideration here, and equity is so far down that I think that I believe that the city attorney said that you need to weigh the interests in play and weigh the different interests in play. And so here you are, and it's really clear that equity is so far down on the totem pole that if you are able to weigh that, and that this project could possibly tip other hotels in the valley towards a living wage, like Marty said, then I think that it comes out as a strong net positive. So I would encourage you to approve the project and the EIR. I think it's a fair deal for the city, and it's worth whatever trade-offs. The transient occupancy tax will go way up. The housing fund will go up, And it's likely that union jobs will be had at this hotel and possibly spread and likely spread to other hotels like in the Sonoma Mission Inn that Marty and Sonia are fighting for now. So this is kind of like a movement. And when then people make that money for a better money, then they don't have to drive from out of town. They can live here. That reduces the environmental impact, and that balances the triple bottom line. And I think that's really worth it. And as far as the crosswalk, I would not put any bulb outs on there because the bulb outs make it so that bicycles don't have 3 feet to drive on the curb. So if you do something with the crosswalk, don't put any more bulb outs.
Hi, I'm Tina Schoen. I live at 181 West Spain Street, near First Street West, and I've been a proponent, I guess, of the hotel for a long time, and I remember distinctly talking about the developer wanting to, or having offered a living wage a long time ago. So that was when we were recovering from a financial crisis. So I find it hard to believe I'm here 12 years later still talking about a living wage and many of the same things, but the project's become better, more environmentally sustainable and smaller, and it's downtown. You know, it's not in the rural areas, it's not in residential areas, it would be in the right place. And having seen some of the things that this developer and this team has done in the past, I think we're really lucky. I'm glad they haven't quit on us, and I hope you'll approve this tonight. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commission. Robert Demler, 649 First Street West, on the same block as the proposed project, the very same block. I can walk there without crossing a dangerous Sonoma street. I've said that in the past. I missed my chance tonight to wear a sweatshirt that a former council member, Gary Edwards, gave me some years ago because tonight is too warm for a sweatshirt. And on the sweatshirt, it's white with black block letters which say Sonoma, but the middle two letters are very much higher than the other letters. So I think you know what I'm saying. I'm not much of a detail person. I think this project, we've really examined all of the trees over the years in detail, and to me, I commend the patience of the developers. We need to look at the forest. The trees have been well examined, I believe. Also, the issue of commuting for the employees. I've said this before. It's not a very popular thing to say, but I'm not very sympathetic to workers who have to commute from American Canyon or Santa Rosa or Petaluma or whatever. In my banking career, I was 2/3 overseas and 1/3 in the U.S. I commuted to San Francisco from Novato and from Walnut Creek, and it was hell. I hated it. Those commutes are more than double of what these workers have to experience here. I would much rather have the workers commute than our tourists commute, because I've had house guests who've had to go to other cities, because we have a small house, to seek a hotel room, not in Sonoma. I also want to add, I'm the executive director of the Sonoma League for Historic Preservation, and my organization has supported this project from day one, and we continue to do so. I was a little late tonight because we had a Sonoma League event. Tom Thornley and Alice Duffy Healy had a great discussion about buildings in Sonoma. You all should have been there, but I wanted to be here also, and I made it just in time. And
the league has, as I said, has supported this because we feel Sonoma could use this. Yes, it's on the plaza, but it's not on the plaza. And yes, there are some wrinkles to work out, but I recommend and I urge you to approve everything that it takes to get this project moving. Thank you very much.
Eugene Daly, 753 3rd Street East, Sonoma. I'm here to get support tonight for my new book, How to Fast Track the Development of Your Hotel on the Square in Less Than 10 Years. I've already sold 300 copies. I just want to put a laugh on you, put a smile on your face. It doesn't hurt, okay? It's all right. I have better jokes, but they're later. What I wanted to put in front of you was that you're missing something. I'm not going to talk to you about parking spaces, square footage, your residential units, nothing. You have sitting in front of you right now tonight a dream team of development. If you wanted to hire these gentlemen to do a project for you, you could not afford them. I think among their group, they have over 100 years experience. There's going to things come up after construction that you did not ask about. They'll solve it. Why? They're not going to build a bad deal. They're not going to shoot themselves in the foot. You got a gift looking you in the face right now. Take it. If not, maybe Motel 6 comes along, drops the building down there. They'll leave the light on for you at night, and then they'll be out of town. This is a gift. Don't walk away from it. Work with these guys. Trust them. The word trust. Remember that? It's on some of our coins. In God we trust. Trust your developers tonight. Thank you very much.
Sat too long. Carol Campbell, 307 West Spain Street, 47 years, same address, still there. My family is blessed to live here in Sonoma. I still have the same concerns I had, 11, 12 years ago when you brought in this project, but I have to say it does look a lot better and look more feasible than it did when you started, even if it's taken you 12 years to get to this point. But I still have some concerns. While under construction, where will the workers be parking and how will the deliveries be brought into town and dumped off? And I think I asked that maybe 6 years ago, and I'm not sure I got an answer. Have we thought about that? Because in this town, as we know, the traffic is never going to get better. I hesitate to walk across the street on Spain Street because it's crazy to get across that one. In my next life, I'm coming back with a bucket, and I'm standing in the middle with my yard whistle, and I will direct the tourists. So the other concern I have is, what are we going to do, Sonoma, about water? That is a definite concern. We have been mandated to build so many low-cost, affordable, and we need to do that for our teachers and our firemen and our policemen and the people who work here. We definitely have to do something, and they're going to need water. I'm just really concerned about the size of this project for water. It's still on my mind 12 years later. We haven't gotten much better with water. Do we have a time frame? If this project goes forward, how long do you think it would take to build this project there on that corner? Is it going to be a year or 2 years? Because so many projects take so much longer. You can't find material. It just delays. We all love Sonoma. We want to take care of it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who hasn't already spoken? On Zoom? No? Mr. Demler, I know you have your hand up, and you already ran over your 3 minutes. You've got 30 seconds.
Thank you. It's my age and my birthplace. Texans cannot do more than 2 issues at a time.
All right, you just used 10 of them.
I'm sorry. Anecdotal comment. At the Sonoma League event tonight, I ask for a show of hands of the people there who would support this project or who would oppose the project. 46 people raised their hands in support, and one person raised their hand in opposition. And forgive me for saying, I don't mean to be rude, that person lives in Davis. She's a member of the league, but she lives in Davis. And this city had an election.
Thank
and
you.
You heard about the people. Please listen to the people. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Anyone else out there, Zoom or present? Fred, you also went over 3 minutes. No more triple bottom line. We've heard it. Just what's new?
I'd suggest that you have a look at the Sonoma Water Urban Water Management Plan and look at some of the stats on how many thousands of acre feet use have been reduced through conservation, and so that the alarms about water are not necessarily merited by the stats from Sonoma Water.
Mr. Dalton.
Pather Dalton, 460 La Quinta Lane, Sonoma, resident. From Ireland originally, in case you're confused. You know. I don't have an architectural brain, but and have followed the project a little bit, much less than my wife. But it was reasonably easy as a layperson tonight to follow what was presented. So that and I liked it. Anytime there's job opportunities for union people who are members of the union, I'm going to say amen to that 100%. And also, I'm assuming that the 1 million plus tot goes into the general fund that's for the common good of the city.
We're going to close the public hearing and come back to the commissioners for your comments. Unless there's any points that staff would like to address before we do so in response to statements made by members of the public.
Yes, I would offer Christina or even the applicant to respond to any questions that you guys may have in response to those public comments as well.
It might be worth a mention of sewer and water.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so the conditions of approval in the staff report are from the county. So the city does not control the sewer district. It's a Sonoma Valley Sanitation District. And so they have reviewed the project. They have requested additional studies, and the conditions of approval are from the county. And I would also just add, so another condition of approval is for a construction management plan. In the project description, it states that the construction timeline would be approximately 18 months, and a construction management plan would be required before issuance of a building permit. They would require neighbor outreach and coordination, a traffic control plan, including where the employees are going to park and get to the site, tree protection measures, nesting bird surveys, and it's kind of a general standard condition we've been trying to implement lately to reduce the impacts of the construction on neighbors.
Mr. Hooper, did you want to add something?
Just on a couple of points mentioned by some of the speakers. First of all, it's important to note that your sewer infrastructure, even though this is not the city's, is not the agency, it's the county, it gets fixed with hookup fees. So new construction actually adds to the improvement of your sewer system. We've had discussions with the sewer district. Their determination is there's a need for repairs downstream, in other words, Broadway. We will be paying for those improvements as part of our hookup fees, but in our budget is about $1.2 million of sewer and water hookup fees. In addition to that, we have to create our own sewer laterals and improve those features. Relative to water use, we have always been proposing, even before Cal Green caught up to us. In other words, we've been ahead of the Cal Green standards and remain ahead of the Cal Green standards in terms of water conservation. It includes a whole bunch of water conservation measures, but it also includes some underground stormwater capture cisterns that we can later use for irrigation and other things. You got to remember the current conditions is an asphalt parking lot that was built before runoff standards were improved. And we greatly improved the stormwater runoff conditions by building to the current codes, which include runoff into filtration systems and all the things that are in the current building code. So we've always been green. Lastly, the comment about including somebody in Minneapolis's trip to the airport. What he conveniently doesn't mention is there's no analysis of what happens if these 62 rooms aren't built. And I think that's an important analysis because I think that the EIR is extremely conservative on that analysis because it assumes that if the hotel is not built, and let's just say hypothetically there'll be 5,000 vehicles over the period of a year representing couples or a party coming to the hotel. It also assumes that if the hotel isn't built, that all 5,000 of those vehicles will stay home, not go to the grocery store, not go to a soccer game, and not go to any other destination, including in Minneapolis, getting on a plane to New York or Florida or somewhere else. That is probably a much more unlikely scenario than people staying home, and not doing anything. They'll probably go to Carmel. They may go to another wine country destination. They may go to Tahoe. They may do something else. But there will be a small percentage that if our hotel is not built, they just decide to stay home because they really wanted to stay at our hotel. So understand that greenhouse gas and vehicle miles traveled is still evolving in terms of a measurement system. And they really haven't gotten down to how you measure visitor serving developments. And so happy to account for that vehicle mile traveled to the airport in Minneapolis, but the EIR says it's a significant and unavoidable impact anyway, with or without those miles. And I don't happen to disagree with it or agree with it, but because of the conservative nature of the VMT, but it is what it is. And we're certainly accepting of the EIR's conclusions on that. So those are my comments on those.
I think I just have one more final comment about the exception. So the calculation for the exception, so 30% of 6 is 1.8, which per our rules of interpretation 1902020 is rounded up to 2 spaces.
Say that again. Say that again. You lost me with your math.
Oh, you're
Christine.
talking about the loading zone?
Yeah.
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 All right, repeat that because that was a question I had.
Yeah.
And
So the code allows for a 30% reduction with an exception. So the requirement is 6. 6 times 30% is 1.8.
oh, got it.
1.8 per our rules of interpretation is rounded up to 2.
Okay, commissioners. Time for you to...
I have just one question before we get into comments, and it's that issue around the HOA and the 8 units because it's really confusing me. HOAs can't have more than 35% commercial space or they're not financeable for somebody to purchase. If you have an HOA that is on the same lot as the hotel, I don't know how you get around that. I'm not familiar with any HOAs that are in that same kind of situation. So I'd like to know if you've explored
It's
this.
actually very common in mixed use development such as this. I mean, you could have a separate parcel or you could do it through the method that I explained. And they're both financeable. So, I mean, we've consulted with our land use attorneys because I asked this question before we wrote the project narrative, and it was just simpler to have one parcel and do the overlays that I discussed with the easements. But it's totally financeable. It happens all the time in San Francisco. It's very commonplace where you have mixed-use buildings. I mean, most of the residential development in the city, in the high-rise version, is mixed use. You have, X amount of floors of office and X amount of floors of residential. Sometimes a hotel put on top. So you see that a lot. And I realize you've got more expertise in underwriting mortgages, but it's very common, happens a lot, and which is why we're not asking for a lot line adjustment there. We can record what we need to record, and our purchasers will be able to finance them.
Okay, I'll trust you on that. All right, that was my only question. Since Christina did the math on the other one.
Who would like to go first? Mr. Willers.
I actually have a question through the chair of the commission, and that is, how are we going to proceed with these basically how will we proceed with basically these, what I see as 3 issues? We have a CEQA issue, we have a use permit issue, and we have a design review issue. Each of those issues, in my opinion, are separate. They're separate, and they typically, in the order of review of a project, are separate items agendized and actions by a commission separately. And so for me, this is a complicated project, obviously. It's got complicated CEQA issues. I believe it has complicated use permit issues, and the design review is a last issue if we make it to that point. And so a question through the chair to the rest of the commissioners. Personally, I'd like to take it item by item. You know, essentially the requirement on our part is to certify the EIR before we can approve a project. In other words, that would be an action that we would have to take initially before we could actually approve the resolution for the use permit. And so if the CEQA issue is something that is unresolvable, we won't be able to move forward on the use permit. And so, you know, it's a basic question that I have on how we're going to deal with this because of the way that it was agendized, and in a way of trying to keep it organized as a thought process as a commission, and as a discussion as a commission as well.
Is it your feeling that the discussions around the EIR are such that, apart from the discussion about the 50% housing and the alternative, weighing the alternatives, that there's other things that we need to resolve?
I believe so, because I believe the resolution requires us to make several findings that, at least for me at this point, I can't make. It essentially is putting words in my mouth that I don't agree with, and I would like a full vocalization of that as a commission. And I respect, you know, I respect everyone's opinion in this case, but if you completely read this resolution, it's written, we're taking the action, not staff. It is our words that are in this report, in this resolution, and we have to agree to those words. And there are many of them I don't agree with.
Well, why don't you start with mentioning the ones you don't agree with?
It's primarily related to the alternative aspect of the EIR. In order to certify, well, I'll step back. The certification of this EIR requires us to state, essentially, that the proposed project is the superior environmental project. Yet that proposed project contains 2 significant impacts that are or 3 significant impacts that are unresolved, cannot be mitigated. The only way that they can be mitigated is by us agreeing with the overriding circumstances. In other words, agreeing that we're going to offset greenhouse gases with TOT receipts. Agreeing that we're going to agree that the environmental impacts of this project are subservient to the general plan or general fund of the city. For me, that's business as usual. That's what's got us into this place. It's the reason we actually now analyze the environmental impact of projects. And so it's going to take a lot of discussion and a lot of discussion to convince me that that's not the case in this case. I also believe, and in fact in the errata, while it says in the certification and in the use permit that the superior project is the proposed project because none of the alternatives are any better, in the errata it actually states the opposite. In the errata it states, and here's an example, in relationship to alternative 2, it states, however, this alternative would not develop a hotel at an, well, that's not the one. It says, this alternative would reduce the size of the underground parking garage, remove the restaurant, bar, and spa, and it would reduce the VMT impact and the GM impact, and the GHG impact. So it can't be similar than the proposed project or worse if it actually has a reduction in those 3 critical areas. The primary purpose of the CEQA analysis is to identify the major impacts and to reduce them through a project. Also, it's stated in the resolution that we can't modify the project objectives to reach a superior environmental project. And that's not true under CEQA. We can modify the project objectives if we reach a feasible project. One of those modifications may be removing the restaurant. And the reason I say that is because the restaurant's using the natural gas. The spa is also using the natural gas. The pool's also using the natural gas. So no, those don't directly affect the feasibility, in my opinion, of this project. But they do significantly reduce the significant impacts of greenhouse gases on this project. And so I don't find this project as the superior project environmentally as an alternative. And I can't say that I do, as this resolution requires me to do. So that's just an opening discussion for the CEQA issue. And if I can't certify this, I can't approve these, being the use permit conditions of approval.
Is there anybody else that would like to comment on that point?
I could comment on a different point.
Okay, comment on a different point.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. Really appreciate this. And appreciate everybody's input over the last 12 years. I think as a result, this project has gotten tweaked and refined and is certainly a much better project. My question and my comment is, how will we have a dialogue about the alternatives and consideration for those alternatives, and maybe a straw poll of what we as commissioners think about those alternatives?
Are you looking to staff?
Yes, please.
I will defer to our community development director and city attorney if they have a better approach. But I would just like to add that when in adopting the environmental impact report, it's not saying that the project is the environmentally superior alternative. That's what the purpose of the findings and overriding considerations is. It's this balancing act. The purpose of the environmental impact report is it's a published disclosure document. And it's a pretty conservative one, and then it's up to the commission to make the decision whether all the benefits outweigh the environmental issues.
Okay, and as we look at this and we're examining the various alternatives, each one is going to have a slightly different impact. And I just wonder if we could do any kind of even just a straw poll to see what alternative are each of us even thinking that we like, or can we have some kind of
If I could just jump in real quick. So all of the alternatives, the significant unavoidable impacts remained. So they are reduced, but they do not reach that threshold of being mitigated to a less than significant impact.
Which would mean they would require a statement of overriding considerations in order to approve.
Regardless of which alternative it was.
Even the
Correct.
alternatives would require a finding of
Yeah.
overriding considerations.
And just going back to the point that Mr. Willers brought up about the language, I mean, I brought this up in the original questions for staff, is that because there is the statement in the EIR resolution that we find that project to be the superior project, given the overriding considerations. But here's a suggestion that I would like to voice for looking at this. We could do it that way, but the problem I have with weighing these various project alternatives against each other is that they are not the developer's alternatives. They're staff's alternatives. And I'm not knocking staff, but Mr. Hooper hasn't said if he builds alternative 2, he's going to knock the restaurant out and he's going to put the parking here or what. They haven't said what they would do if we chose any of the other alternatives, because that is not the project we've been asked to approve. So from my view of this, just looking at it more globally and not the way it's, I understand you would, and why you want to look at it that way. But just, I'll just, even though I'm chairing this meeting, I'm just going to share you what my own thought processes on these various alternatives. First, I started with what I just said. These aren't the applicant's alternatives. These are staff's alternatives. So to say we all like number 2 because we don't know whether they're going to eliminate the restaurant. Maybe they're going to have a restaurant, fewer hotel rooms. We don't really know. But here's what, to me it comes back to, if we want to enforce the letter of the law of our, then said it'll be 50% housing, that's alternative number 2, and let the chips fall where they may. What is that going to get us as a city? We're crying out for workforce housing. We're crying out for affordable housing. Is that what we're going to get if we force this to be 50%? No. What we're going to get is luxury condominiums that can be concierge. I mean, they're in the business to develop a resort. And that's what they're going to do if you force them to build 50% housing. They're not going to build affordable housing. So using our 25%, let's say we have 2 affordables now. Let's say you got 2 more. So we got 4 affordables. So I'm sitting around pulling my hair out with this stack of paper and I go, wait a minute, 4 affordables. Let's now look at the residential component plan. We start with 2 affordables because they're in the 8 units. Now for $2.2 million on that square footage basis that it was explained to us, we can't get better than 2 more units. And we're not going to do any better than if we force them to build 50% housing. And at the same time, so we're not going to get any more affordable housing. We're not going to get any middle income housing. We're going to get luxury condominiums with a minimal amount, with 25% affordable. The rest of them are going to be so far beyond missing middle, it's laughable. So let's not fool ourselves as to what we're going to get if we force the 50%. And the more I look at this, the more I actually like the residential component plan that is in the staff report, because I think in the end it's going to give us more what this town needs in the way of housing. We may not like the way this has been all bundled up and given to us, but here it is. And those are at least my opening comments on this, but I would really like to hear from my fellow commissioners about how you want to, what are you thinking about this?
Okay, I'll take a stab at my thought process here as it relates to the EIR. Yes, it's identified significant, unavoidable environmental impacts. But I think that those impacts are largely outweighed by the economic benefits. We, you know, the ones that have, specifically the ones that have been enumerated, TOT tax, sales tax, property tax, revenues from this site. It's consistent with the general plan. There are housing benefits to the city. I think, honestly, this project has the potential to be the most significant in terms of its contribution to affordable housing in our history. Just in some quick math here, you know, we're looking at over $1 million in TOT capture. That's potentially $85,000 a year in perpetuity to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. This is a mechanism that has the ability to generate the horsepower that we know is necessary and that we've identified as being necessary to create affordable housing. So, in conclusion, I can get to the point where I can certify an EIR because of factors in mitigation.
Other council members, commission members?
Well, Commissioner WIRICK stole my thunder. I will associate my comments with him. I definitely think that this has the potential to contribute a great deal to the city. I think the effort that has been undertaken by the applicant, this 12-year process, the fact that he has listened to the concerns of the community, you know, has to be considered. I also, again, have been very concerned, as I've shared many times up here, that I do feel that we need to be doing more to provide a livable wage for our residents. I know that is not a planning commission objective, but in the context of what Commissioner WIRICK said, I think it achieves a lot of objectives that are very, very important to the city and have been communicated by this commission. And so I think that there is a very good reason to support the EIR tonight and to move this project forward.
I would agree with Commissioner WIRICK in that, in summary, the benefits of this project, including the economic, the fiscal benefits, the housing benefits, the in compliance with the general plan, all of that is those benefits outweigh my concerns of those of the impacts, the significant impacts of the that have been identified in the EIR. It's clear to me that those benefits outweigh, and it is my opinion that we would move in a positive fashion with this project.
I think I'm going to be the extreme one here. I would actually like to explore the hotel-only alternative. And the reason for that is what we did with MacArthur Place. I think we also have the opportunity here. We have the 7 units, which I know will not, will be deed restricted as people vacate. I would like to see the in lieu fee looked at a little bit more closely if we were to consider that alternative. I am certainly going to listen to my fellow commissioners because I really like hearing what everybody has to say, but I would like us to also consider the hotel-only alternative, reduce the impact on that site, have the in lieu fee available to do investment in deed restricted and other housing around Sonoma. So VMT is, I hate that. we have vacation rentals all over the place. People are coming here anyways. They're driving, they're flying, they're doing all those things. They're still coming here. The difference is that they would be going to a hotel that is professionally managed, as opposed to all these unprofessionally managed vacation rentals. If we get people out of vacation rentals and we let those go back to housing stock, that will also improve our housing situation. So I think we need to have more dialogue here, but I do want us to consider the hotel-only alternative.
A question, point of question for staff. What would be the process if the commission was to consider what are the alternatives? I understood earlier that the item would be continued. Can you walk us through what that would look like?
I'll have the city attorney weigh in additionally. So the findings as currently written, the resolutions as currently written, are reflective of the project as proposed, which does include housing. If an alternative is discussed tonight and it's apparent that that is potentially how the commission would like to move forward, and if the applicant was willing, then the item would probably need to be revisited in the sense of we need updated plans. We need to make sure that it's still meeting all the requirements and looking at the parking over again. And then we would need to look at the findings and update the resolutions. The item could then be continued to a date certain based on availability.
Okay, I have a question for my fellow commissioner to my left here. If, in your mind, if we're contemplating the hotel-only project, are you thinking that because we have a requirement of 50% housing, that they're going to give, the developer is going to give us an in lieu fee at $100 a square foot equal to the square footage of the hotel only? Is that?
I would leave that to staff's discretion to tell us give us the guidance on how you feel the in lieu fee would be calculated based on that alternative. I also want to say this. I don't want to derail this project based on my extreme opinion. So if nobody else has this opinion, I will feel free to hear what other people have to say, but I do think it's worth exploring.
I'll jump on board and say that I am absolutely willing to look at that alternative 4. I think that there are some real benefits that can be had.
Anybody else?
I concur with that. However, I would want to know how the applicant feels about that.
And I would also want to know whether or not we're just swapping the whole residential component, which we've been talking about, for just in lieu fee and a square footage equal to whatever hotel. I mean, they could build more hotel units. They could build more than 62 units.
Yeah.
Well, would they be willing to pay an in lieu fee, get rid of the 8 units that are on there, and build a hotel only? I mean, I don't see any point in going down that road if that's not something the developer's interested in, and maybe you want to take a recess and talk about it. Sure.
In light of the direction of the commission, I think it's a mistake to go to a hotel only. The whole purpose and intent of the residential component was to bring housing into this community, not affordable housing, but housing, period. And a component of that is the inclusionary housing that's required of every housing project. Relieving this project to pennies on the dollar in terms of construction of housing in our community is unforgivable given our general plan, the intent of the general plan, and the requirements of the development code. You're going to have to, I'm not going to make this waiver. You're going to have to make this waiver. And I believe that is going to set precedent for the next project coming into this community. We've done what we can in the residential component to remove the waiver process. The next project coming in has to do this. Is it fair to treat this way? I don't think it is. And, you know, to me, the alternative of 50%, to get beyond that requires this commission, I believe, to first at least take a straw vote of whether or not they're willing to do that. Sounds like they are, that the remainder of the commission is. I think that the conditions of approval related to the residential component fee as it's structured in here is obscene in essence in terms of the way that it trades off market rate apartments in this community as affordable projects. So you leverage one form of housing and you remove it and you replace it with capital A affordable housing. I think that that is absolutely the worst policy that this city could do. I'm sorry, but it's wrong. You take marketplace apartments in this community, or you offer the ability to take market rate apartments in this community so that a developer can continue to make profit, turn those into affordable units. Where are those people going to go? There are very few apartments in our community. What we now have is a community that's striving to find rental units, a community that's striving to find affordable housing units, and a market that's driving all of that away. We can't even keep students in our schools because of our housing policies currently. This is a housing policy decision that you're making tonight, and I'm not going to support it.
Okay, let me ask you this. If we made them build 50% housing on this site with a hotel, do you not agree that that 50% would not be missing middle housing, would be luxury high-end condominiums?
What do you think the townhouses
Well, let me
are?
finish.
What do you think the townhouses are in this project? Currently?
Luxury condominiums with
Look,
two affordables.
There will be an economic impact on this project, granted, if it went 50-50.
No, but what are you going
And
to
it
get
may
for
not-
it in terms of meeting your housing needs? You're going to get a slew of luxury condominiums and 25% affordables. And so how's that helping our families with children or anything else? I don't see that as solving our problem. Holding their feet to the fire on the 50% is not going to solve our missing middle, is not going to solve our affordable project. All we're going to get is our inclusionary housing and some luxury, and that's just the nature of the beast. And if we want to, they're not going to build missing middle housing as their other 50% with their hotel. So if we force them to go to that alternative, I'm not even sure that they would do it. But I don't think we're going to end up better off if we do that. I think we're going to, I mean, you have some good criticisms about the residential component, and maybe we could try to tweak that. But I don't see this as getting, the alternative number 2, as getting us where we want to be in terms of the housing in this community. All I see it is sacrificing what, and it's still going to have, we're still going to need overriding concerns. We're still going to have to say that the environmental harm caused by this project that can't be mitigated is outweighed by the economic benefits and by the good jobs that are provided and
by the housing that's provided to this community.
Yes.
Right.
Right. We're still going to have to make the same findings, and we're going to, and I don't think I can say that I'd rather have a slew of luxury condominiums with 2 extra affordables rather than the $2.2 million. We didn't write this ordinance, by the way. I mean, the commission wrote the ordinance that gives us the $100 a square foot. We have to live with that. That's unfortunate. I hate it, but it's a reality. It's not going away. It's still $100 a foot today, tomorrow, and the next day, unless the council changes it.
And it may be modified in the future.
It may be. But I feel like...
So this project has been speculated on the fact that a waiver will be provided. It has over speculated this property, in my opinion, from the very beginning. because it relied on a waiver to build a hotel. When the original performa was written on this project, it was a hotel. They were going to tear down the Lynch building and get rid of the living units in that. What? Yes, Rob, you know that. You remember that. The Lynch building was not going to be torn down, but the apartments were going to be gotten rid of.
Can I address this? That's true, I remember
That, and so at that point, the community said, what about the housing? And really, you're going to get rid of 7 affordable houses in the process of doing this?
But now we're not there. They're saying if we want to, we can make those affordable.
Let me finish my thought at least, okay? So now we have a project providing 8 housing units as a consideration. My opinion is the project should have been a 50% project. That ordinance was in place from the beginning. And the reliance on the waiver now has an EIR stating that the superior project is one that can only meet its own objectives, rather than the objectives of the community. The objectives of the community are written in the development code. 50% residential, 50% commercial use. If a hotel doesn't work on that property at 50-50, then it doesn't work. Is that our problem, or is it the speculator's problem? I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. I don't know if are you still interested in the hotel only?
I am. I think I'd like to hear the math on it, and also I would like to hear whether or not that's something the developer would even consider, but the math is going to be the first part.
Okay. Well,
Again, it would depend on the project.
okay.
So
I'm very much leaning toward this side of the dais, and I mean, this is not perfect. I'm not happy about it, but I'm looking at the alternatives, and I don't think that they're better than this. And so, just to keep this conversation going, let's take a 5-minute recess. I'd like the developing team to talk about amongst themselves whether this is even worth looking at, this hotel-only project from your point of view, and, well, with the in-lieu fee for an equal amount of square footage of 50, the same square footage. If you got 75,000 square feet of hotel, then you're going to need in-lieu fee for 75,000 feet of housing, equal. Or half of what you're building. Right, we're under the old ordinance, and that's not their fault either. That's just the way it is. We're stuck with the old ordinance, and I'm going to ask for a 5-minute recess. I would like the development team to do that, and we'll come back and we'll see where we are and where we're. So that's 7:35. time to reconvene. The applicant has indicated that they are not interested in looking at the hotel-only alternative, and they would prefer us to give them an up or down vote on the matter that's before us. Okay. Let me ask people about the residential component. We've got A, B, and C as alternatives. The term waiver keeps spinning. I mean, the only thing that's a waiver about it is that instead of actually building it, they have to do one of these things. So if we stayed with the project and they gave us the 8 units, they would still need to come up with, in order for us to approve this, some way of meeting the deficit. So do we want to continue, do we want the conversion of the Lynch building to be part of that, to affordable units as they become available, or do we want to take that out and force them to just do B and C? Mr. Willers.
I think that the entire affordable housing fee should be collected by the city and put in the trust fund, period. I don't think there should be any option over 5 years to go out and buy property. I think that money is directly owed to the city as a part of this waiver and as a part of our new ordinance in terms of an impact fee. And the city ought to be able to release and use that fund, that money, as soon as it can. I also think that it should be conditioned, rather than at the building occupancy, it should be conditioned upon the building approval of the building permit. The idea, while I can support the idea of buying restricted affordable housing that's currently coming off of affordability, I think that that building the affordable housing trust fund is more important, quite honestly, and that the value lost on that money over a period of 5 years and the interest lost over a period of 5 years is substantial. CPI, cost of actually making buildings, is going up every single year that money's sitting not making any money. And you're giving the developer the option to pay it in 1 year increments over 5 years. You're losing money on that money. And fiscally, that's not very responsible as a decision-making process for the city. I would certainly not support C. I'm not going to support this at all, but I would ask my fellow commissioners to remove C from the list, A, B, C.
Okay, just to follow up, if I get your comment about it's 2.2 million now, not later, but then if you leave what is currently option B open, then what do you do with the 2.2? I mean, if you're going to go that route, the city should just take the 2.2 and do B themselves.
Exactly.
Okay, so, all right, so we have one commissioner who wants to charge the whole 2.2 upfront now, no time payments, no interest-free loan. What do other people think about that?
Comment?
Yes.
I know the precedent was set with MacArthur Place. I think that's going to be an issue that I wonder if David Rudderman could speak to, because I think that we need to make sure that we are in good legal standing if we were to require that. I do see the value of having that 2.2 million in escrow account up front, because at 5% interest, that's $110,000 a year. That's more money that goes into our housing fund. But I do want to understand from a legal standpoint, if we gave MacArthur Place 5 years to make that payment, do we have an alternative here?
Can charge them.
Yeah, I think the commission has discretion under the residential component ordinance. It was that discretion that led to the fee that MacArthur Place agreed to pay. That's the same issue that we're dealing with here. I would note that when our consultant came up with the residential component in lieu fee, in order to tie it to the affordability, in order for it to go into the housing trust fund, they tied it to the affordability component of housing. So it actually doesn't recoup the entire cost to build a unit. So in some ways, the alternative under C would actually get more affordable units than we could buy for ourselves with money from the in lieu fee.
I think the point was made, though, that would then eliminate market rate apartments. So we're just trading one kind of housing for another kind of housing, and what we need is more housing, except luxury housing. So, okay, you're saying if we voted just the 2.2, not paid over time, just pay it now, there's nothing wrong with that from a legal standpoint?
No, you have that discretion to impose that. I think the idea that staff had was because of the old ordinance that we're working under, there's more flexibility to come up with alternative ways to make up the deficit in the residential component.
Yeah.
So they were just looking for flexibility.
Okay. Can the other council or commissioners weigh in on the idea of just the 2.2 million payable in a lump sum? We can zero in on what the time frame is, and let's take this in 2 steps. Eliminate all the other things, A, B, and C. Just pay the money, and all at once over a relatively short but doable time. I mean, this is a big, look at their sewer hookups are costing them this much. So, they'll find a way to get it. That's my feeling. But do we have buy-in for that change?
My question is this planning commission business, or is this something that the city council would consider?
No, this is planning commission business because this is conditions of approval for a project that's before us.
I'm sorry, where is this verbiage?
Okay, if you look in, this would be part of the conditions of approval for the project, and it's paragraph, I just printed out the part that was on this, so I can't tell you the page number.
Page 5.
Page 5.
Of the resolution.
Of the resolution for of the use permit. So what's before us is to just get rid of A, B, and C and just make this a lump sum payment, which the city could then do what it does with in its housing trust fund.
I would also like to bring to the commission's attention that the actual square footage of residential use on this in the residential building is 13,300 square feet. And then there's 8 parking places that they're giving credit for 22,000 to bring it to 22,000
Okay,
square
let's
feet.
take this just incrementally, just to see if we get the concept.
Okay. I do not take issue with the conditions of approval as proposed.
Okay. Is that to say that you wouldn't support changing them?
Correct.
Okay.
I would support as is in the resolution.
Nugent?
No comment.
Well, I mean, do you support the conditions as written, as Mr. WIRICK just said? as opposed to changing them?
I support them as written.
Over 5 years, that's $550,000.
I know.
DOT looks silly related to that.
I know. You mean the 5% a year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, we haven't talked about that.
Okay.
But, would you support them as written if it had 5% interest?
Yes, a payment over 5 years with accrued interest at 5%. Yeah.
Okay.
I would be supportive of that as well.
Okay, as would I. Yes, yes. Okay, it appears we have enough people in agreement on this. So the conditions of approval, staff, are being changed to charge 5% interest a year on the $2.2 million. As it's paid in, of course, you don't have to keep paying interest on it, but before it's paid, they have to pay 5% interest, and we're keeping all of the other things in here.
So if, because it's going in the escrow account, so at the end of each year, the community development director would determine how much, if any, would be offset based on new units that became affordable. So that interest then potentially would go back to the applicant.
No, it's the interest on the unpaid portion. They paid the first installment the first year, no interest on that. The second, the other 4/5 of it that have not been paid accrue interest at 5%. It's like a promissory note. And you paid into the escrow fee, now you only have to pay 5% on 3/5. Then you pay that in, and then you pay 5% on 2/5. You pay that in, you pay 5% on 1/5, then you're all done. And in the meantime, they may come up with some offsets under A, B, and C.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Are we all on board with that?
I am on board with that.
Yes, yes? Yes? No? Okay. So, can somebody, seems like we need 2 motions as a minimum here.
I think we can do this with one motion.
The whole thing?
Yes, because
The EIR and the,
yes, there's 2 motions listed in the staff report. There are 2 actions, recommendations. So you could move to adopt resolutions referenced in staff recommendation 1 and 2.
in one motion?
Yeah,
With
the
these
modification
changes in the
to
conditions of approval.
Because you can't, if you don't approve the project, then you don't need to certify an EIR.
Right.
But you can't approve the project unless you certify the EIR.
Got it. So, Mr. WIRICK, you look like you're ready to make a motion.
I have an item related to the lot line adjustment.
Okay.
There are 2 small parcels being lot line adjusted, neither of which meet the minimum lot size standard for the zone. One is the Lynch building at 7487. While it's minor, it does not meet the minimum lot size. And the other one is for the Sonoma Index Tribune building, being lot size down to 7017 square feet, which is also not 7,500 square feet as a minimum lot size. And then lastly, I have a question of how big the Lynch building and how big the Sonoma Index Tribune building are in terms of their square footage.
Sure, if I could just address, so the required minimum lot size in the downtown district for commercial is 7,000 square feet.
It was noted in the staff in the EIR as 7,500.
It is 7,000 square feet per the code.
How big are the Lynch building and the Sonoma Index Tribune building, square footage?
Sonoma Index Tribune is 3,813.
3,000?
What's Lynch? Lynch is
Building.
13,709. And it's 3 stories.
The Index Tribune building's only 3,000 square feet.
That would. Oh, that's the. I think that's the warehouse.
Isn't it in the staff, isn't it in the report with the maps?
It's in the narrative. The square footage for the Lynch building is probably accurate. I think the Index Tribune building is bigger than what she just said. Could you put that second?
My reason for the question is whether or not the FAR still complies with the reduction of the size of the lot.
For 2 of 2. We have a. Yeah, I know.
The proposed Lynch building square footage in the narrative says 7,487 square feet.
So does that mean they're both now over 7,000?
The lots are, but the
Yes.
buildings on them
But we don't.
also have to meet an FAR requirement.
Yeah,
So you
but
can't
they-
make a non-complying
Yeah,
project.
they would be, so the 13,709 divided by 7,000.
No, that one's fine. You can do the math on that in your
Yeah.
head. 2 times 7
Yeah.
is 14.
Which one are you asking about then?
Well, the Sonoma Index Tribune building. It's a minor issue, but it's also an issue. You're reducing lot size, and as a function of that lot size, you have an FAR that you cannot make into a non-compliant structure.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't, the narrative doesn't have the size of the, it doesn't. It has the metal warehouse, which is being demolished.
Could you, maybe through the chair, could you ask Michael if he remembers what the size of that building is?
Well, I think Mr. Hooper's looking it up.
I can.
If
I can
Mr.
look at
Ross
the
knew it, he would have
building
piped up
permit
already.
records.
He doesn't know.
Am I looking at the right thing? Lynch building proposed is 7,000?
That's a lot size.
The Lynch building is about 4,500 per floor, there's 3 stories. The Index Tribune building is
That's the
about 2
lot
floors, it's
size. These
smaller.
are the existing ones.
So I guess I'm missing the point, is that the lot size is right, but the FAR is wrong because the.
No, I'm trying to clarify whether or not an action taken by the planning commission will create a non-complying building.
This is 117.
I'm just trying to clarify something.
Bill, 117.
Yes.
I'm looking at the building permit records.
The Lynch building is 13,790 square feet. The Index Tribune building, where is that?
Lumped together here. Got the two things together.
If the Lynch building at 13,000 square feet meets the FAR on approximately the same size parcel, the Index Tribune building is smaller than the Lynch building. It's 2 stories. You know, it's ballpark maybe 5,800, 6,000 square feet. But I've got another thing I can look at.
If that's the case.
It's going to meet the FAR.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that the commission is not taking an action that creates a non-conforming situation for that
I
building.
understand.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you've done the math on the Lynch building and the FAR is working.
It does.
It will on the Index Tribune building by even more.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
I will move to approve a resolution of the Planning Commission to adopt the staff recommendations, as enumerated in the resolutions, subject to the findings and conditions of approval to include the modified conditions of approval.
Second.
And just for the record, don't we need to state what those modifications are? That we're charging 5% interest on the unpaid portion of the 2 million, where is it? $2,219,300. The unpaid portion of that will bear interest at 5% per year until the entire amount of it has been deposited into the escrow account, at which point no further interest will be charged. And if in the interim there are, pursuant to subsections A, B, and C in that portion of the conditions, credits that are due, they will be taken into account. Either refunds will be given, or if they've spent more than they have given, or there'll be a credit against the next payment. Can we amend to include that? The friendly amendment?
Adopt that friendly amendment within my motion.
Okay. And your friendly second?
And I will second that motion.
Okay. All right.
And just for point of clarification, Commissioner Wyrick, that included the certification of the EAR as well as the approval of the use permit and et cetera.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Let's call for a vote.
Commissioner Nugent?
Oh, whoops.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Gorman Jenkins?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill?
Yes.
Commissioner Willers?
No.
Commissioner Wyrick?
Vice Chair Barbos? Yes.
Yes.
Vice Chair Barbos?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-1.
The square footage isn't even in the page and Turnbull report.
Meeting's not done yet. Meeting's not done yet. I was going to say, keep going with the agenda, please. Oh, I didn't. Just go back to the agenda.
City and staff announcements?
Yes, please. So I just wanted to remind everybody that the general plan update process is underway. Everybody should have received in the city a postcard. Hope you like them.
I got it in the county.
Oh, wow. Do you own property in the city?
I do.
Yes, that's why. So every property owner and every address received our postcards, and we have 2 visioning workshops. The first 2 will actually be before we actually hold our next planning commission meeting, which is why I wanted to make sure everybody is aware. You are able to attend those general plan visioning workshops. It would not be considered a quorum, just obviously don't talk about business or upcoming agenda items. But those meetings are going to be at Vintage House on November 2nd and the 13th at 6 p.m. I hope everybody can attend from the public and help us with our vision and any new things that we want to identify with this new general plan. So with that, I'll conclude. Oh, sorry, one more thing. The climate action strategies are going to go, that draft will go to the Climate Action Commission on November 8th, and they will consider and make a recommendation at that hearing to provide a recommendation to City Council for their approval of their climate action strategies. So that is an important document and something that we're looking forward to moving forward as well. So with that, concludes staff's comments.
Comments from the commission.
Comments from the commission.
Sure. Thank you, city staff. Really appreciate all your hard work on this. I know that this represents a lot of work and a lot of time and a lot of dedication. And thank you all for your sage advice and wisdom and work. Thank you.
I would second that. Thank you for all of your efforts and time and expertise and for a complicated and long drawn-out process. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
15 days, right?
What's in 15 days?
Appeal.
Oh. Okay. I'll join in thanking staff. This was a long road. Christina, you haven't been here. You come the closest to being here the whole time.
5. I've been here 5 years now.
Okay. Can we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes. Aye.
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 We're out of here.
Sure.